All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Like, I'm kinda speaker that likes to move. So why not? Yeah. Okay then. I'm like Bruce Dickinson. One way and one way another. From here to here and here. I think we're okay, right? How is the sound there? Okay? So, this was channel A.
Caner,
And this is channel B. Okay. So, the same again. I'm moving to the stage, and like moving, still moving, walking from one place to another, and yeah, mute again. One, one, two, one, two, one, two, three.
Hi, welcome everyone. Our program will be start in 10 minutes, okay? In 10 minutes.
Hello everyone, very excited to be here. Not as excited as I would be if I were actually there in Turkey, because coming to Istanbul to visit is one of my favorite things to do. I think I had the best fish meal of my life in a little restaurant in Istanbul overlooking the sea. It's just an amazing place to be. And of course, CEE is an amazing and exciting region for Wikimedia. So many great things happening. I won't have time in my few minutes here to cover them all, but I just wanted to mention a couple of things. The theme of the conference is A Bridge to Knowledge, which is a great theme for what our ideals are, what Wikipedia is all about. And earlier this year, I heard about something I thought was really amazing, which is the Turkey and Japan collaboration. This makes me super happy. It's like completely random, completely lovely, and what a great bridge that is all around the world, completely different cultures. Very, very interesting, very fascinating. And there are a lot of great people in the CE region. This year at Wikimania, I had the great pleasure of naming Jenner Media Contributor of the Year from Turkey, where you all are today. And the Functionary of the Year, Vera Motorko from Ukraine. So all around the region, great people doing great projects. And this year's conference, let's all thank the organizers. They've done an amazing job in putting this together for several years now. And this is the largest one ever, with over 140 people. So when I first started Wikipedia, I had this vision, a free encyclopedia for everyone. And we have this very old saying, imagine a world in which every single person on the planet is given free access to the sum of all human knowledge. That's what we're doing. That's what you're doing here at this conference. So have a lot of fun, learn a lot from each other, and wiki!
Hi, everybody. It's Mariana Iskander. I'm the CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm really sorry not to be there with you this year. I'm hoping I will see you at the conference next year. But I wanted to just offer a few words of thanks to this region and to all of you that are gathered in Istanbul this weekend. The first is to say thank you for an incredible hosting of Wikimania in the CE region. There is so much about that gathering to celebrate together. I know that many of the projects that you have been working on this year continue to be role models for other regions in the world, whether it's CE Spring, the work that you're doing with young people, and particularly the CE Hub that I think continues to lead the way in understanding how to make new structures and new formations work in our movement. I just want to say that I remain grateful at a personal level for all of the questions that you ask, the work that you are leading the rest of us on, and your sense of collaboration and bridge building to the other parts of our movement. I hope it's a wonderful time this weekend, and enjoy yourselves, and thank you for letting me pop in to say hello.
accepting our invitation and welcoming us all here. Now, I have great news for you. Selection committee of the CE meeting is selected for the next year host is Saloniki, Greece. İsmail lazım. Saloniki. Okay. Now I would like to invite my friend Janer. He said he has some question for us. Let's see.
Yes, sorry. I am a little bit excited. Today we will play a game as icebreaker. Başak Hanım, yeah. You can join with menti.com. Benden gelmiyor ki ama. Tamam şimdi. Is everyone joined? Yes, now we want to summarize Istanbul in one word. Uh, Code is 371784441. 371784441. I saw Smith. I think they following or post before conference posts on Telegram.
It is officially approved that Istanbul is owned by cats. Thank you for answering.
I saw a CEO's group as a bridge. Oh, 90. Devam edelim mi?
Uh, I think we will have a CAS bridge as well very soon. And now continue. Continue.
Is this time is your first time in Asia?
We hope you'll enjoy your travel in Asia. Now continue.
Yeah. Also, next question: have you ever been in between the two continents? Evet, bitti.
Thank you. Let's continue.
How many times did you attend the CEE meeting before the CEE meeting Istanbul? Grup yapayım mı? Hangi ülkeden olduğu ilk başta sohbet miyiz? Dönebiliriz. Also, lastly, where are you from? Pin it. Efendim? Dur. Bize de istatistik konuşalım.
We see that mathematical results are not so reliable. Yes. Okay. Maybe so many people are dreaming about being from Istanbul. Now I think we will invite C Hub Group to give more reliable statistics. Thank you very much.
Kaldırayım mı?
This will take a few minutes. Just bear with us while we're setting up.
Meow meow.
Oh no. Wait. This isn't alright. Uh, just a second.
Put some pressure on
We
me.
did prepare this, but it's not as
5, 4,
expected. It's not.
3,
Jeez, are you
2,
kidding me?
1.
Is this not?
Happy New Year.
Okay. We are good to. Uh, so we can. What? How? Okay, and now it's going back again. Okay, so no speaker notes for us, which is great, because we kind of rely on them to explain things, but we'll try with that then, I guess. Start from the beginning. So, welcome to the C meeting 2024. Why is this so big? This isn't. See, no, it's fine. It's fine. Welcome to the C meeting 2024, also from us. I am Phil Kopetsky. I'm on the steering committee of the C Hub. With me are Barbara Klen, the coordinator of the C Hub, and Tony Ristovsky, from who's the program officer at the C Hub, and those are our two staff members right now. This session is going to talk about, or we're going to talk about the past, the present, and the future. And the idea of this session is to give you an overview of what some aspects of what some statistics say about CE, and to give you a common base to have conversations about this whole weekend. So let's get right into it. What has happened in the last year? So since the last C meeting, there was one big thing that we a lot of us were at least talking about or reading about, and that's the movement charter process. So since the last C meeting, we also conversation at the last C meeting about the movement charter, and since then, the most visible parts of this process have been the publication of the first full draft in April 24. The CEOB also did an analysis of that we shared with you. And some of you who are in the space here today were also at the Wikimedia Summit, where there were deliberations and specific results about what, for example, affiliates thought should be in the movement charter and what kind of some red lines are. And thank you to everyone who was part of those discussions at the summit, because I'm pretty sure the final draft that then came out in June would not have looked the same way if that summit wouldn't have happened. So then in June, the final text published. The CEOB also analyzed the final text. While not perfect, it was good enough to try from our point of view. So we also made a public endorsement. And then we had a ratification process where many of you took part, and thank you for that as well. And yeah, the results were quite clear in a way. Unfortunately, the Board of Trustees of the Wikimedia Foundation did not want to ratify it, so that's kind of where we are now. So the big question is where do we go from here? What happens now? And that's the future part, which will come at the end of this session. So until then, I will hand over to Barbara to talk about the present. No, sorry, the past. Still.
So we are moving from past to another past, and we'll be talking about the year 2 of the C Hub. I presented several times, and many of you have heard it. So this time we will not be talking about 3 pillars and our work packages, but I want to divide our work in a way to show you areas where you can reach out for us, where you can get our support, but also to show you on which things we are working, which are also supporting you in a way, but they're not directly connected to you because it's not direct work. So I'm starting with our direct work, and the most important thing during this year was our launch of the micro grant program.
These are really small but rapid grants because processing time is 2 weeks. We have budget of 8,000 euros this year, and people who apply, communities or individuals, can apply for amounts from 50 to 500. And you will hear a bit more about it later, but this was one of the important parts to get closer to communities and those who need support. We also provided support regarding implementation of campaigns and competitions. This year, C-Hub's focus was International Roma Day and Wiki Loves Monuments. So apart from writing guidelines and supporting implementation, also people who have questions on daily basis about international part of the competition, about uploading, even how to compose jury, they come to us and they're able to get step-by-step guidance. And last but not least, I want to mention our on-demand support. This is something that we don't maybe present often, but many of you who reach out and want to just ask to organize some learning sessions or to be connected to right people, either from foundation or other affiliates, you are able to get this support because we are in touch with many people from the region and also globally. So that's an important part of the process, just connecting you with others. And moving forward with our support that we are doing, but not direct, we are involved in some of the processes which are happening behind. One of them is CEE meeting. So although we are not part of the organizing team or organizers, we are monitoring the implementation and also making things happen. So we were the ones who were facilitating organization of the bidding process and selection committee, and the result of this was selection of Greece as a next organizer. Also, we are taking part in program committee and taking care or providing assistance that those who don't get selected as delegates can also get additional scholarships to be able to be here, to make this event also and get together accessible to everyone. I want to mention our experimenting throughout this year with external funding. So C-Hub was part of one externally funded project, both writing project application and now implementation of the project. It's about Heritage Guard Network that we are implementing with Wikimedia Sweden and several CEE affiliates. But you will also, if you're interested, be able to hear about it during one of the sessions. And last but not least in this area is our focus on tools. We started mapping Wikimedia tools, and the goal is that those tools that are not used become easily accessible and that we write explanations for communities so that can be also easier implemented. And now last, our specific support. So that's only refers to special or selected communities. During this year, we had focus on a youth group, continued. We are facilitating the work of that group. That means supporting meetings and helping them also create things. And also our focus on Romania and Moldova user group together with user group Greece and Cyprus. These communities were able to receive support in form of part-time employees. This was not happening as something that C-Hub just decided and pushed upon communities, but it was done in cooperation with those who were mature enough to accept support, and then those agreed, and they agreed which kind of support they need. So on Cyprus, it was decided that they want part-time employees for grant making and also administration for Cyprus and Greece. And Romania, Moldova decided to focus on support in educational area and communication. Yeah, that's about Hub. And now something nice also that we want to look back at, Wikimania 2024. Mariana already mentioned some of the things that we wanted to also say, but it was big event. It was happening in our region. There was strong CEE representation, and many CEE communities were able to show what they are doing and what's happening. Also, our CEE youth group, it was their first time that they are able to present their work. They were all organizing game nights and also coordinating work with other youngsters from the whole world. That was something new. C-Hub was able to present its work and showcase what and how we are doing. And one of the, I would say, good outcomes of it was our trying or even managing to establish connection with other hubs, and now this cooperation should be happening on regular basis. From my point of view, the most the most valuable part from Wikimania was this sense of belonging and pride that was really visible and tangible, because people from the CEE were feeling as they're a part of something bigger, something important, and also they could feel appreciation from others, because many things that we are doing for the first time. And now, after this intro, we are moving to something very nice. So I'm asking you for attention. It's about situation of online communities. My colleague Tony will be presenting some maps and graphs, so please pay attention. And after this block that he will present now, you will be able to ask questions. So if you have something in your mind, just keep it. And
Hi, everyone. So the situation of the online. Now it's on. Okay. Hello everyone. This is the situation or the state of the online communities. It's basically statistics of 29 Wikipedias in the region. And we will display some graphs about readership, active editors, total page increase during the past 5 years. Um, as it is 29 Wikipedias, we will not show the whole tables and graphs with every Wikipedia, but only examples and to see how it is the trend. So the first position here is the regional trend of how it was impact of the pandemic years into increasement of the articles. We can see that during comparison of the year 2021 to 2020, it is the biggest impact of the increasement of the articles in every Wikipedia, in every 29 Wikipedias from the region. Although the trend is going down, like after this huge up that it was happening during the pandemic, we can see that the trend although it's down, is not so big drop after the pandemic, because that was pretty much affected. People has more time to read Wikipedia. The second graph that we will see now, it is about page views. And we can see that different Wikipedias has many ups and downs during the years. But unlike the page engagement, and now we can see the opposite trend. So the trend here is that every Wikipedia, yes, has grown during the pandemic, but also that growth in the readership continues afterwards. So I would mention two examples. That most of the Wikipedia had grown, but on example, Estonian Wikipedia has a big, that is the green line, and that is it has like a big up, like a big increasement during the pandemic years. Afterwards, it has like a big drop, but we can see that after these years, after pandemic years, the increasement of the readership continues still. Armenian Wikipedia is interesting story, because they started to grow pretty much in the pandemic, but the growth continues even after the pandemic years, and we cannot see the drop here in the leadership. So, and we will continue now with the active editors. And with the active editors, we will see three graphs. So on the first graph, we will see the 5 big Wikipedias. So when they have like more or around 1,000 active editors. And when I say active editors, that means some user who edits more than 100 edits in 1 month. So we can see here also interesting stories for the obvious reasons. Russian Wikipedia has a drop during the years of the active editors after the invasion, after the sanctions, and the fork in Russia for the government. So we can see the decreasement of the active editorship. And Turkish Wikipedia, where we are here in Turkey, after the like removing of the blockade that was like for Turkey in Wikipedia, we can see the big increasement of Turkish editors or returning to the original. Now for the small Wikipedias or like medium-sized Wikipedias, better to be said, we can see that the movement here is much more fluctuating. So it is not so stable. It has like from the year to year, the editors is changing. They are not staying in the years, and that they are quite similar, but they had a big changes, and that is understandable because like for them it's like only like I don't know 50 people for an example. Bosnian Wikipedia, if somebody like 3 or 4 of them like were students and they left the project, it will be a huge impact. On the last graph, although it will be very chaotic, it is like the trend of every Wikipedia. But we have all the data for this, and we can share with you afterwards to see what is like for your Wikipedia. This is something that we try to show and to be like in relative size. We know that like we measure like in absolute numbers, like how one Wikipedia is big or some like how many articles that language has. But now on this graph we can see like what is the relative size of total page articles that it is on that Wikipedia versus native speakers. So here is also 2 good examples of 2 small languages or 2 small languages in size, but big in like relative size of their Wikipedias, and that is Estonian Wikipedia, which is like very high on this table, and Latvian Wikipedia, which also has like very good numbers here. Now we will see the 3 maps of how it is English Wikipedia, how it is read more or not versus the local ones in our region. Now the first map is showing the data from 2020. So this is August 2020, and so it means we are way into pandemic, and the leadership of the local Wikipedias and the English Wikipedia it also has risen. But now we can see that 9 countries of our region or their Wikipedias, we are read more than the English Wikipedias. In 2021, the situation is different. So we lose, on example, Georgian and Greek Wikipedia is now is not so read than the English one. So in Greece, that means that in 2022, English Wikipedia is read more than the Greek one. And in 2024, we can see the situation and that we lose another country, and that is Bulgaria. So with this, we want just to show that like interesting, but English Wikipedia is read more in. We are losing. The trend is going that local Wikipedias is losing the fight with English Wikipedia. So this is just to make awareness of this. Now we can. Yeah.
It's time for questions. Yeah, it's time for questions. If someone wants to speak, yeah. Or comments.
Hi, I'm Chris from the Wikimedia Foundation. I was really interested in these last couple of slides on regional trends and how folks are accessing English Wikipedia versus their kind of local language Wikipedia projects. Do you, in terms of kind of unearthing this data and collecting it, do you have any kind of suppositions about factors that may have affected, year to year, why folks were accessing English Wikipedia more often than their local language projects.
No, about this we don't have like quite a clear answer, and the question is that we want to research much bigger, but we do that with the affiliates, and maybe even to ask a question if this is a problem or not for their Wikipedia. So this is just a interesting showcase, but it should be work also with the affiliates.
It's interesting that you compare it. I'm Maciej from Slovakia. That you English Wikipedia. There might be some other non-local languages that are read more than English.
Yeah. We did prepare a map about like where Russia is being read more than like the local language or English, but we chose not to show it because there's a certain historical context to why that's the case, and just showing the map by itself like wouldn't really help a lot, I think, in doing it. But like Russian is also read a lot of, obviously, like in the region, in certain countries. Yeah. So like Latvia, Armenia, Moldova, and Ukraine. But like that's for reasons that like are quite different from country to country. I don't think there's other languages, no? Like no one's reading Chinese or like Mandarin or
At least not a significant.
or German. German, but German, like people do access German quite a lot in the region as well.
Yeah, in region of Austria and Germany.
Yeah, for example.
Some other questions or okay, then I think we can continue.
Okay, we are continuing now with situation related to Wikimedia affiliates and passing the word to Tony.
Yeah, we will continue with some graphs and statistics about organizations and funding available in the organization and how that funding is spent. In the first graphs, we can see that like many of the affiliates are using round one, or that is the autumn round that is happening in the fiscal year or in the calendar year of the affiliates or the grantees, and they're just 25 or 1/4 of the affiliates is staying with the round two or a spring round, which is coinciding with the fiscal year of the foundation. We want to show that during last year it was almost 98% the money needed for general support fund for available for grantees for our region. It was spent, and that was one of the reasons why in the rapid funds it was these changes. So rapid funds, we can see that the trend is going down, and because the rapid funds is also part of the general support fund, like in that like bigger regional quote or a budget, projected budget for the regions, we can see that the level or the money left for rapid funds is even less from year to year. The trend is going down. We during 2024, after we discovered that and the foundation informed that they will stop due to the lack of funding, we were in contact with them, and we have that survey. And for some of you, we reach out to you, and we had extraordinary round that is 14,000 euros displayed in red, that we are facilitated and evaluated by the CEE Hub as a special round that we had after we discovered that rapid funds we are that foundation doesn't have any more funding for the rapid funds. So now it's with the microgrants, and then Barbara will continue with impressions of general of the funding. Just to inform you, it is we don't have like any graph for here, but the microgrants is still open, so you still can apply. We have 11 proposals so far. 6 were funded, 2 were it's still in the process of reviewing. 3 of them were withdrawn for various reasons. So from the applicants, and we are proud to say that after from like these 6 funded proposals, they were for 5 different communities, which doesn't get any annual funding from the foundation.
Yeah, we wanted to also give special mention to Slovenian community in this regard because their microgrant application stood out. The others were also amazing, but their example is that the community that doesn't meet often offline was able to get this funding, organize meetup, go to the museum, and spend the day together, like knowledge exchange and also networking. So microgrants are really for these kind of things, and to give communities that don't have other sources of funding like a little push to start organizing something concrete. So our impressions, well, impressions, but also based on something that we observe during communication with you and looking at your projects and also cooperating with you. Something very positive from the region is that many communities are trying new things, new campaigns, even on a small scale, like new external projects, working with new partners. And that is something that gives us hope together with statistics that we also were able to see, because trends are in the CEE region positive. But we also have to ask ourselves some question and look at what could be better. And what we noticed during this year is this high level of uncertainty regarding movement charter, also planning of funding, which also influences how the projects are implemented and how people are viewing their overall perspective on the work related to Wikimedia. And in times of uncertainty, or when something is not like clear or set up, the easiest is to just do as you are used to. But we would like to encourage you also to think outside the box and maybe also drop some programs which are okay, they are working for 5-6 years, but maybe okay, it's not prescribed that you have to continue. Maybe drop it, try something new, explore a bit, experiment. Also, together with CEE Hub, we are inviting you to explore more other funding opportunities. Funding that we are receiving from foundation, it's also it's very important, and of course everyone has the right to it because we are Wikimedians, but also building this resilience by having several sources of funding is good. So together with CEE Hub, we are inviting you to take part in this journey because we would like to focus more on EU funds and other funds in the next year to see how we can get also other sources of funding. And last but not the least, we shouldn't be measuring growth only through financial means. So it's not that if you're receiving a bit more funding from year to year, that means that you're better or growing. Sometimes also receiving less, but reorganizing your organization or doing something that matters more would mean growth. So this is something like food for thought. And I'm passing it over to Philip.
Thank you. So we have been talking about the past and now the present, and I was also been talking a bit about the future, like how maybe we can improve like our situation. And I'm just going to talk a bit about how the future might look like. You know, like at the beginning, I talked about the movement charter and not existing, and the question like, is that a problem or not? Like, is that something that should worry us? And you can look at from two sides. Like in the CEE region, like we're quite good at like looking at things from a negative point of view. So let's start with those points. Like it's quite, you know, uncertainty around all of this, and how Barbara mentioned, like kind of like makes it difficult to plan because you're not quite sure like where all of this is going and like what kind of like orientation it is. Like that not being a movement charter also means like there's no, like we're walking in a landscape that doesn't have a lot of landmarks in terms of like where we want to head to. And that's definitely something that like we can work on, but at the same time, you know, like creating that certainty in the space that you can control also means like you have more, at least uncertainty in the immediate surroundings. Something that we also like to do in Wikimedia is like fight windmills. So like things that actually don't matter in terms of like what we're doing. And especially like now with like the movement charter not happening, maybe we should focus more like on the things that we can control and the things that we want to work on and lead by example, and not like do things that like don't really contribute to us feeling better about working on this and things like that. And of course, like the last like downside in a way is like a movement charter would have given us like a structure to work in, like also like on a global level. That's not happening. So we kind of like have to do it in a different way, and that probably means like connecting like different regions, and like as Barbara mentioned before, working like as we started Wikimania, like working as like regions in like together, and like seeing how we can maybe build some kind of structure from the bottom up. But that's going to take time and patience. So we'll probably be here like even in 2 or 3 years talking about this, unfortunately. So getting to the positive parts. No structures also means like there are no real limits, because like there's nothing to orientate yourself on. So like we can think about things in a way where we don't have any, like you can just like brainstorm and like think about things in a way that like aren't limited to any structures. And these kind of opportunities don't really come about very often. I mean, Wikimedia has the tendency to create these opportunities quite often. Like I can remember like back in 2016 that there was also like a similar situation where it wasn't quite clear like where we were all headed and like what the general direction of all of this is, especially like the organized part of Wikimedia. And yeah, like this is also like a time where we can like create those shapes and structures without like anyone telling us no, it has to be a different way. So especially for this weekend, there will be sessions about this. There's going to be a governance session for the C Hub, like talking about membership, a membership model for the C Hub. There will be a World Cafe, like a workshop for the program of the C Hub for the next year. And there will be the almost traditional approval session at the end of the meeting on Sunday, where we'll talk about like what came out of like the discussions on Saturday and like what the program for next year is going to look like. Anyway, like those are things that we can influence and that we'll hopefully work on this weekend. And something that like also probably like was reflected back to you like at Wikimania is like we can lead by example here, and as also Mariana mentioned, we can create this process and like also be an inspiration for other regions and like other people. So yeah, so this is kind of like the the pros and cons of like not having these structures. And maybe to like finish this off, and I'm not sure how we're on time. Yeah, we're still good on time. Some of the main questions maybe for this weekend are what kind of organizational structures we want to build. Like, how do we want to work together? That's still something that we haven't really decided on necessarily. What is our relationship with the Wikimedia Foundation? Like, what does that look like? What kind of like process or like processes and structures do we want to have with them to make their like our work easier and their work easier, and not spend as much time fighting those windmills and like wasting time on things that don't matter. Also, like how can we make our communities more resilient and like continue growing in a sustainable way? Like we saw the statistics about how the readership is going up and active editors are at least like not plummeting, like they are staying fairly stable. And how can we build upon that? You know, like obviously the effect of the affiliates like on those statistics is not really visible, but like as we also said, like with like measuring growth, like not only in a financial way, I think affiliates and like organizations have a different purpose in terms of like just creating raw numbers. So also when you design your programs and like the grant proposals and so on, maybe not focus that much on like sheer numbers, but like focus more on like social aspects and the networking aspects, because like that's way more important. That's something that's also difficult to measure, obviously, but it's something that's essential to like all of this working together. So, and then other questions, like what does like the changing world like require of the organizations in the CEE region? Like we will have sessions on AI and similar topics that like are changing the landscape a lot, or like threatening to change the landscape a lot. And like how does that then reflect back on like our organizations and how they need to either prepare for it or like react to it? And then again, like how does the CEE Hub fit into all of this? Like how is this support structure best suited to like support organizations and the communities? And just as a last point, like in like the very personal question, like what do you want to achieve in the next year, and like how does this conference and how do all of we together like make that happen for you? So yeah, that's kind of it. That's the presentation. Thank you. And we still have 5 minutes for discussion. 2. Okay. So we started late, but we're finishing early. Does anyone have any questions? Comments? Chris again?
Just a brief comment on the rapid fund slide in terms of the kind of what appeared to be a lowering budget from year to year.
Yeah.
In the
If you want to come back around, it be easier. Yeah, this is it's a bit like this is an open space, so it's a bit difficult to manage this.
Just a quick clarification on the rapid fund slide. So it was true certainly in the most recent year that we can step back to that. In 2024, you're correct in saying that we ran out of funding, which prompted our discussion with you around the extraordinary rounds. In 2023, though, there were just simply fewer proposals that we received. So as it happened in 2023, we actually had budgeted much more than the 41,900 figure, but we couldn't spend it all, which ended up going back into general support funding.
That's all. Thank you. Yes,
it's important.
Yes, this average line doesn't be like it's not like a trend, because humans are making these numbers and not like a computer. So like this average doesn't really reflect like it can change at any time, you know, based on what people decide. No, there's no trend in terms of rapid grant funding. Like if you ask for more, there might be more. Or maybe not. Any other questions or remarks? I mean, so when we were preparing like statistics, we were like, you know, thinking, oh, we're talking to Wikimedians, like they will probably be very detailed, oriented about certain numbers. So I was curious, like I saw Martin high-fiving the other Latvian representative when we showed like the graph about the relative like articles to the population, like articles to language speakers. So yeah, but any impressions on this? And if you're curious, like Maltese is not the lowest one on this graph. Why is the German Wikipedia not included? Because good question. I know. Did we include it at all? No. It's just not like you know like Russian Wikipedia is really like a step like too far from most other, like comparing it. It's just like not really feasible in a certain way, because sociological elements are very different in the German-speaking world. It's very confined as well. So we didn't really feel necessary to include it.
Okay, we are concluding, and Philip already said it. But this was us feeding you with something, giving you facts and presentation. But all of those of you who have idea, CEE Hub could be supporting us in this or that way. That discussion is continuously open. And also, as Philip mentioned, we have a workshop. It's World Cafe about 3-year planning. You can find it in the sessions and you can join it. That's the opportunity where you, who are here present, but also it will be shared online, can decide what is part of our plan or where support should go. So, take active part if you're interested.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a break.
Thank you.
Test 1, 2, 3. Pazartesi, Salı, Çarşamba, Perşembe. Arkadaşlar, herkese hoş geldiniz. 1,5 saat boyunca yaptığınız bu muhteşem konuşmadan dolayı herkese tebrik ediyorum. Nasıl geliyor ses hocam? Onu beyazlı arkadaşları bul arkada. Asıl. Tamam abi, o zaman asıl şeyi bulacaksın. Nereye gider fikrim yok. Kayıp çantalar cennete gidiyor. Peki kötü çantalar nereye gidiyor onu bilmiyoruz.
If you are really afraid that this will be one of those sessions when we will do a presentation and then have Q&A and it will be very static, this is not the type of a session. We will have a presentation, we will have a Q&A, but after that, you will be all discussing the topics of your interests. So, after that, I will explain a little bit more later. So, if you are ready, I will now introduce you to our speakers today. We have Natalia Timkiv, who's representing the whole board of trustees today as the board chair. And we have a special guest appearance of Yael Weisbrook, who is not at the board, but is the VP of Community Growth in the Wikimedia Foundation, and will be supporting some really interesting conversations today. So, if you're ready, let's get going. Find a cat, leave your coffee.
Okay. Yeah. No, change. Okay, so this is the pictures of the current trustees who are now on the board. We have 12 members. Go. Next. So overall, the board's role is oversight and strategy, and not day-to-day operations. The board of the Wikimedia Foundation is a supervisory board, an operational board, which is more usual in our movement and in smaller organizations. That means that if you are on the board, you are not involved in making decisions. Are we going to fund exactly this project or that? Are we going to give exactly this amount of money or another amount of money to something else? This is not the role of the board. That's like more like a direction. This is a direction we are digging in, and not exactly how we are digging, what we are using for digging, and anything else. We also have a short video. We are not going to show you, and you can watch it, where we are talking about this in simpler terms, but it might be more difficult to watch this video if you're especially at the end of the room, and it basically talks about things that I've just described. This is not an operational board. And next slide. Yeah. Yes, it's on Commons. So we just had the selection for the board of trustees for 4 seats. Scrutiny is working now. I was told that there were like 6,000 votes cast, and the plan is to seat new trustees at December 11 board meeting, provided they have passed the background check and the board discussion. There are 6 community and affiliate selected seats, 5 board selected seats, and 1 founder seat reserved for Jimmy, but all trustees are appointed by the board, including Jimmy. Every year, the board has a discussion. Do we want to keep Jimmy on the board or not? So far, we have kept him. And we also have, because we were told that Q&As are very boring, and also it's a big room, and I'm only alone here. So we wanted to turn it more into a workshop on the 3 topic pilots that we had conversations about: global resource distribution, product technology, and affiliate strategy, basically. We are going to have also a 4th conversation about newcomers in the movement, because all of these topics are strategic topics. We need to talk about resources and how they are distributed in any case. We need to talk about product and technology because it's essential for our movement. And we need to talk about affiliates ecosystem and what are we doing or not doing. And we need to talk about newcomers, because this is also important. If we do not have new blood coming, we are doomed at some point. And also, all these topics are interconnected, because newcomers can be influenced by the product and technology decisions, or by the resources distribution, or by the affiliates ecosystem. So they're also all connected. And next. Can you go through the
Yeah. So sorry. So Product and Technology Advisory Council is it's not a new initiative because there have been initiatives like that. This is another try to figure out how the decision making in product and technology can be made collective or with co-ownership with not only with the organization that has to make decisions on some technology, but also with volunteers in a manageable way. And the pilot trials, I don't know, have been done like that in the past. This is a new figuring out how to do that. And October 7, or the week of October 7, we are supposed to receive the names of the membership of this Product Technology Advisory Council. The pilot is for a year. Selena, who is a chief product and technology officer, wants to try it and see how it works. Does it help? Does it help also volunteers to feel more involved? To make decisions more like broad on strategies, but also opportunities, figuring out that we are not missing things that are important. And there is ecosystem of movement organizations. This one is also very broad because we need to figure out how we are working together in the organized part of the movement. That pilot is also a bit challenging because we need to have a lot of conversations before we can do it. Some people were saying, okay, but why do you talk about funding before you are talking about affiliates ecosystem? And, there are challenges. Every NGO has yearly cycles. We have yearly budgets. We kind of need to give grants, and the organizations also depend on that. We cannot just stop funding for everyone in the movement, for all grantees in the movement, while we are figuring out what is the landscape, and then resume in a year. For some organizations, it might mean losing all the staff, losing all the grants and offices and everything else. So that's why we are doing it in parallel, meaning the resource distribution conversation is moving a bit forward because it's also more structured, while we want to also eat like that conversation to go back to the ecosystem conversation, so they would work together, even though the resource distribution is moving forward a bit more. And I want to Yael to come and talk about this pilot a bit more.
Thank you, Natalia's, plural. So I thought I would give a bit of, are we translating? Should I go slow? We're doing live translation? No. Okay, I'll try to go slow anyway. English is your third or fourth or fifth language, yes. Perfect, thank you, Wojciech. So I thought I would take a few minutes to describe the global resource distribution proposal in a little bit more detail and the process we're going through to get feedback on it, because I know this is something that has been of great interest to many people. So the goal of this proposal is to address some long-standing issues that have been happening in our movement around how we equitably and collectively make decisions about funding. Over the past year or so, we've been communicating with affiliates, running surveys with regional funds committees, and having other conversations to understand what is it specifically about how we as a movement, and right now how the foundation does grant making, that needs to shift. How do we move towards implementing the movement strategy recommendations? And we heard two things pretty clearly. One is that regional funds committees need to be more accountable to their regions and to their communities. And two, that we need a more participatory approach to making decisions at the global level. How we allocate funding, which thematic priorities we prioritize, how we distribute funding between regions, etc. So the proposal that many of you, hopefully all of you, have seen that's available on Meta tries to address these two issues. First, it proposes a change to how regional funds committee members are selected, shifting that selection from the foundation, where currently we call for volunteers and then appoint them to the committees, and instead calling for elections from the communities to the regional funds committees. Elections are not the only way to ensure that regional funds committee members are accountable to their communities. And so we're looking for your input and feedback. If you think elections make sense, why? If you think elections are not the best way to go about this, what would you propose instead to address this issue of regional funds committees being representative of and accountable to their communities? The second has done. In this fiscal year, we actually brought in a group of affiliates and engaged all of the regional funds committees in providing input on that. So it's a step towards more collective decision making. The proposed committee is intended to help us define how we allocate funding among regions. Also to help us think through things like, how do we allocate funding for global thematics? We have a lot of organizations and affiliates in our movement that may be based in a particular region, but their work is global and isn't focused on the region, it's focused on the thematics. So the proposal is that a global committee could help us make decisions like that. A global committee may also help us decide about how we think about funding hubs and affiliates in regions where the two exist. Obviously, CEE is a really interesting example. So the intent of this global committee is to help us define the questions that this movement has to define in order to assign funding, and also help us make decisions about that. Again, a global committee is not the only way to do this. We've tried other ways in the past and they haven't quite worked. And so the request for you is, if you agree with a global committee, help us make it better, help us define what it would look like, what its roles and responsibilities are, how to select its members. If you think a global committee is a terrible idea, what would you propose instead to address this issue of how we prioritize at the global level? So that is the basics of the proposal that was voted on a few months ago. The process in terms of how we're going to get feedback on this for the coming few months is threefold. So first, we're going to engage each of the regional funds committees in gathering their input. We're also in a process with the affiliate EDs. We're meeting with them monthly. And then in November, we'll have a workshop together in Oslo where we define some of these issues together. And then the third way we're soliciting input is open conversations. We're hosting sessions like this at each regional conference. So today, as part of the open consultation, we're doing a similar one at Wiki Indaba, WikiCon North America, etc. We're also hosting online global calls. There'll be 2 calls that anyone who would like to join is welcome to join. And as always, we're hosting a conversation, or we're facilitating a conversation on Meta. And I know a number of you, including the CEE Steering Committee, have already participated there on Meta. We would like to begin testing something by January. In the spirit of evaluating, iterating, and adapting, we want to take some steps so we can learn, because what we know of this movement is we can talk for a very long time. And so Wojciech is making some faces here. So the intent is to start trying something by January. I do not think we will have this figured out by January, but what can we start doing in January so that we can learn together and iterate as we go? So I think we'll be having breakout groups, and one of the breakout groups will be talking about this particular proposal.
Okay, so what will happen in a minute is, okay, so there is one untrue statement on this slide. No breakout table will be streamed. I'm sorry, online participants. We couldn't figure out the sound. But so ignore the streaming part, but other than that, in a moment, we will divide into 4 breakout groups when you can discuss all the proposals that have been mentioned. So if you're really interested about the resource distribution Yael was talking about a moment ago, you will follow her to a breakout group. If you really want to know about the affiliate strategy, about the ecosystem of our movements, maybe talk a little bit about the hubs, you will go with Nat. And I also want to mention that her table will be supervised by the Wikimedia Cuties Association. There's a cutie, so it's an important table. Then, if you really want to talk about product and tech and the future of movement, you will follow Shimon, who's right there. And if you feel like any of those topics doesn't sit with you, you can also come with me and talk a little bit about newcomers in our movement. It's less specific topic, but maybe it's of interest to you. But before we will divide into those groups and create a little bit of chaos with all the chairs moving, that will be fun. I would like to ask you if you have any questions related not those 3 experiments, but more general about the board of trustees on a strategic governance level. Okay. Any questions? Yeah. Okay. So you can, if you will have any questions later, Nada's here. You can catch her on any breaks and talk a little bit about it. But if not, let's start moving the chairs and creating chaos. So again, global resource distribution, yeah? Okay, let's check it beforehand. And also one important thing I didn't say is that we will be taking notes from all of those discussions. So you can then read from discussions you haven't participated. Okay, so who's interested in Global Resource Distribution Committee, resources in the movement? Raise your hand. Who wants to talk this? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, great. Who really wants to go with Shimon and focus on product and technology advisory council? Okay, once again. And ecosystem of movement organizations? Wojciech, it will be a very I will be observing how you'll be participating in all of the discussions. Okay. And who just wants to talk with me about the newcomers? If you don't want to, don't worry. I won't be just feel like, oh, no one likes me. It's not that case. But I'm happy to. Okay. Anyway, people who want to talk about Global Resource Distribution Committee, follow Yale. And Product and Technology Advisory Council, Shimon, right there. That will lead you to ecosystem of movement organizations. I'm doing the newcomers, and Wojciech will be everywhere. If you want, you can stay here. To all the discussions come as a Wikimedian, lots of curiosity, lots of opinions. I don't think they are going to use mics. Yeah,
Are we finishing? Okay, super. Today morning sessions are finishing, and now it's the lunchtime, and the most important thing is the group photo. Now we are moving to the group photo. Group photo is very close to here. Go to the 2 floors, follow to the our volunteer. They will show to you. We will make it, this is very close area. We will make the group photo. After that, lunch will be here. Okay?
Hello? Hello? Okay. I see some people still coming. Okay, so welcome to the session called The Future of Wikimedia in the AI Era. We want this serious discussions about the topic lately, also in the movement, and we want you to get engaged with us. At first, me and Marius will have a discussion, and we will play devil's advocates, trying to show the most popular, somewhat extreme narratives about Wikimedia and AI, but this is just to entertain you and to encourage you to speak yourselves. My name is Natalia Ćvik. I'm ED of Wikimedia Poland, and I'm fascinated by technology and the topic of AI since a day. Hello, okay. So this is a very interesting topic for me and hopefully for you since you're here. So we just want to approach the topic in a more entertaining, maybe less formal way, but also hoping that within the process, we will be able to identify the narratives that could be useful for like incentivizing the discussion ever within the movement.
Okay, hi from me. I'm Marius for the people who don't know me. I am the president of the Wikimedia User Group Greece, and I really enjoyed the idea of having a discussion about AI. I'm also a teacher, school teacher. I'm a mathematician, and I've been using the last years a lot of AI on my school class, and I try to find ideas and ways to integrate artificial intelligence, chatbots, and other tools in my process. And I also had some discussions with CE Hub and in Cyprus 2 years ago about the connection between Wikipedia and AI. So we're going to be debating here to motivate you because this is an open discussion that changes and evolves during the years. The last 2-3 years, we have different approaches of what's happening with AI, and it will be interesting to listen to your opinions and debate on them and see what comes out of it.
Okay, so basic question is: will Wikipedia thrive or decline in the AI? Why is it not working? Well, and we are going to perform a little Oxford debate, or a combat, as you wish. And me and Marius, we will present opposite views. It's not that they are exactly our views. That's a disclaimer. But we just want you to tell us later on who do you support, or maybe there is a third option. Okay, so I'm the negative side today, and I think that AI will kill Wikipedia.
like, seriously. The decline is very obvious. This is from Google Trends. Starting from 2004, the topic of AI is the red line, and interest in Wikipedia is the blue line. How obvious is that? When you see this place here, this is where interest in Wikipedia is definitely going down, but the interest in AI is getting higher. No wonder. I mean, who wants to work with Wikipedia anymore, since we have tools that make searching faster, getting information faster? I mean, I'm not surprised at all. And I think we have to acknowledge this fact.
Okay, maybe if you see this graph, it maybe reminds you the history between encyclopedias and digital and Wikipedia, where encyclopedias at some point they were thriving, and at some point Wikipedia came into the game, and after becoming more and more popular, it was the end of the old-fashioned encyclopedias that nobody has at home and now, but they were thriving like 15 years ago. And you see somewhere here, it's the initiation of ChatGPT, and then you see that now ChatGPT is becoming more and more popular. And probably you have also noticed from also how you use internet nowadays. If you use AI tools, probably you have noticed that you depend more and more on queries coming from ChatGPT or other AI tools.
So that's definitely a paradigm shift. Wikipedia was possible back in the days because it sort of consumed all of the new paradigms. The open knowledge, the free access to knowledge, internet, first of all, and the rising usage of personal computers, making it possible for everyone to edit and to add to the sum of knowledge. But the new paradigm is completely different. How about Mario's?
This new microphone. One. Okay. So as you see, Wikipedia still remains a basic source of information for many people. Yeah, it's the seventh most visited website after 20 years. It's one of the sites that still it's a top search on Google, and it's also for example, when I did my research in my students, for example, about this thing, they still want to use Wikipedia, for example, for writing articles on or essays on in classroom. They find Wikipedia easier, for example, for many other websites, and many people also acknowledge Wikipedia has very strong content, and this is the reason people still use Wikipedia, especially in the area of finding information like I don't know, definitions or any other things. And you see, Wikipedia still, while probably other things are falling, Wikipedia still remains very strong in this direction.
Not so fast. This won't help. Why? Because, as I said, there's a change of paradigm, but also the AI companies, the big tech or the smaller tech that is competing on the market, they are hijacking our narrative. This is Perplexity, one of the most popular AI-based search websites right now. And their primary sentence, like the slogan, is "Where knowledge begins." Doesn't it sound familiar? Knowledge begins with us, doesn't it? But they have more money. They are becoming more powerful. If you look at numbers on the investment, the whole world is investing in them. So we don't stand a chance. So our narrative is becoming their narrative.
But you know, this reminds me the days of Google that tried to have data information. At the end, it just being just stealing information from Wikidata. They tried with a lot of money to overcome many things like Wikidata and create their own info boxes. But at the end of the day, because of the power that Wikipedia has, with so many people participating and involving Wikipedia, they didn't succeed. They had to abandon many of their projects.
We'll see.
See, because I think Wikipedia and AI can be allies. They can help us, for example, make content based on Wikidata, for example. It's sometimes we have the information there, but we didn't have enough writers, for example, in small wikis to write content. We could use AI to enrich Wikipedia in this direction. And remember, in the old days, we even used bots to create content on Wikipedia. We had data from Wikidata, like small villages, and we had information, population, mayor, etc., etc. And then we made a bot to make 50,000 articles or an English Wikipedia or the other Wikipedias. We created articles about asteroids, and all these articles were just automatic content, but low quality. Usually the quality was low. With the help of the AI, we can improve quality in this direction. If we manage to retain the correct information, we can even increase quality and increase content on Wikipedia using AI.
That's very interesting, but I'm not buying it. Sorry. Okay, so another popular narrative about Wikipedia is becoming irrelevant these days. Like, we like to underline that we are different because of the human factor. Because in the end, the editing is a social process. Wikipedia is made by people, for people. And that human factor sort of is going to always be more important and more intelligent than artificial intelligence. Well, does it? This is a chart from our World in Data. By the way, highly recommended. There are plenty of fantastic charts and data on AI, which shows the capabilities of AI systems and how they grow in terms of competing with human intelligence in different areas. Reading comprehension, image recognition, language understanding, handwriting, speech recognition, and predictive reasoning. Just look at that. This is human performance, like the average human performance. This is AI today. So the human factor narrative is no longer valid. We cannot protect our values, our brand with that anymore.
Okay, I have a disagreement on that because, for example, I think crowdsourcing is still very strong and probably stronger than any AI machine. Some years ago, I tried to make a list of and determine who people are still alive and who people are still dead on Wikipedia, and I used bots. And I used a lot of information coming from articles like finding dates of death, searching internet, maybe if they were like in medieval times or sort of dead, and I made a huge list. But I managed to go up to 80%. This 20% more to determine where the people were still alive or dead had to be done by people, and the human factor was very strong at this point. Even if I was using any kind of bot, there was no intelligence to replace the human thing. It was the same thing we do with Wikidata nowadays. We have to try and gamify Wikidata because otherwise, without the human factor, it's impossible to finish some of our tasks.
Interesting. Go on before I prove you wrong.
And this comes to this point, yeah. So because the big difference here is that we have a community of human editors. This means we can also verify information. We can fact check something that AI cannot do. All studies show that AI is not possible to fact check information, and there are many places that AI logic cannot reach where people can go. As you probably you all have seen that chatbots have the problems of hallucinations. They make false queries because they try to combine data, but they can't combine in an optimal way. And another thing is we don't just want to create content on Wikipedia. We want to make quality content. This is the big difference. If you have an article on ChatGPT, maybe it's an article, but maybe it looks like an article, but it's not quality. Usually it's plagiarism, and usually maybe it's also contradicting itself inside the same article, while Wikipedia is concrete. And I don't know if it's just the beginning or this is the situation, but I think still a strong community of human editors, of course, with the help of and the aid of AI, as I said in the beginning, is much stronger than any AI machine generating information. And at the bottom, if the people, even if they use ChatGPT or any other tools to create and find information, they will end up in Wikipedia to find the correct information.
Okay, that was very interesting, but let's face it, we are old school. We're old school. Look at the interface of English Wikipedia and compare it to the interface of Gemini. From the user experience perspective, that's like 2 decades far from each other. Gemini is more modern. It is more intuitive. Immediately, there's a chatbot that is asking me to get engaged, to try. It will answer my questions if I have doubts. It's nice to me, actually. Very polite, and it doesn't criticize my choices. And also the aesthetics is absolutely different. I feel like I'm in 2024, whereas here, I don't know, somewhere around my high school period, probably. So we're doing changes, we're doing improvements to our interface, to our UX design, but I don't think they are fast enough.
Okay, first of all, I think you are just thinking about Wikipedia, but at the same time, for example, in Wikidata, we have many ways to obtain queries and the information we want to do it by asking questions. Maybe not in an optimal way we expect like the AI tools, but we have tools to do this. And this plugin, for example, the Wikimedia plugin for ChatGPT, it's a very strong thing because at the same point can ensure that we have quality in the content and help us do it in the way the ChatGPT does it. I mean, sometimes we don't want to read the entire article. We just want some summary of the article. And this is I think the reason many people use AI nowadays. They just don't want to read something. They just want to have something complete from the very beginning. I think this mix, like Wikipedia plugin, that also ensures information at the same time it gives very concrete information, I think is the correct mixture between Wikipedia and AI, and maybe we should be looking on this direction in the future.
That was a very interesting discussion. I'm still not convinced, but thank you, Marius. I need you guys to either prove me wrong or support me, or support Marius or prove him wrong, or maybe there's something absolutely different than what we've stated so far that you just want to share. And this is a place to share all your thoughts now.
Okay, yeah. We want to listen to your. Okay. Okay, let's start from there, then you are next.
Merhaba. Hello.
Well, that was a really just like a interesting and just fun discussion. But my question would be, this generative machine learning systems actually poisoning the knowledge on internet. And it is known a fact that everybody's actually disgusted by the search results these days because every one of them actually looks like a gray goo of information, whatever they are looking for. And you showed us a graph that actually these systems actually caught up with human intelligence, but I think that's plateauing because that's quite dependent on the human generated information, which that graph wouldn't be just going that exponentially probably. So my question is if we need reliable information. As far as I know, humans are the only place to just provide it. So why would we want to contaminate Wikipedia and that great repository of human knowledge with this crap, maybe? So do we need to just put AI into everything?
Okay, I don't know how far to go in my role because you're going to say things that are very reasonable. But if I were to represent the AI perspective once again, don't call it crap. It used the information that you have put on the internet. So if it's crap, it's our crap as well. And I think this is just the beginning. The graphs that you saw, hey, it's like 1.5 years of working on and enhancing AI models. Imagine what could happen in 5 years. And if you say humans are needed, okay, but are we sure that we are the ones that will be considered as the most important? I'm not that sure. Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to defend my role on Wikipedia. I think we need better moderation on Wikipedia for AI data, generated data. I think this thing is already done, for example, on Facebook and Instagram. Influencers already post things that they are completely AI generated. And Facebook says, okay, if it's AI generated, please note it. And because we want to improve our tools on this. On the same direction, they try to discourage people having AI-generated information because they are afraid of having information that is going to go out of hand. And you know, in the past, we tried to stop like paid editing. It's the same situation, I think, here. It's not going to be so easy to understand if someone contributed with AI-generated content. So what you need here is more moderation. I don't know what it's going to be. This also depends on communities. But I think also the communities have still the power to overcome these problems. I think here.
Hello? Okay, now it's working. For me, the question is, where does AI get the information it presents us? And from what I understand, a lot of it comes actually from us. So the difference is not how the information, how the knowledge is being collected, but how it's being presented. And that's the area where I have a lot of unknowns. But the collection of information, how we read things, sort what's reliable and not reliable together, and make an article about whatever thing we are reading on, that feels like something that's not under attack, at least in my opinion. Curious to hear what you think.
Do you want to remark something on that, or
Should we answer? Because no one knows that. I've only read that narrative models consumed everything that's been on the internet since 2000 something. So, but the companies do not share. Although if you go to Perplexity, there's an innovation there compared to ChatGPT. And if you look up something with the Perplexity search engine, it will give you sources, exact sources, including Wikipedia.
I want to make two remarks before I go to Kirill. I want to make two remarks on this. For example, New York Times, I think they excluded ChatGPT from using their content. And because especially newspapers understand AI-generated text as plagiarism. And this is a very interesting approach to this subject. I was a discussion in Greece about small newspapers having problems with AI because they can generate 80% of the news, like weather, I don't know, all the small stuff, and there will be no journalists anymore. This is a big discussion on this. But I think this is not completely new. As I said in this debate game in the beginning, I think Google was stealing from Wikipedia systematically. At some point, maybe they had their own system of generating information like info boxes and information, but from one point and after, they were just stealing information from Wikidata. I am pretty sure on that. You can see that every time we change a photo on Wikidata, it changes the photo of the suggested photo on Google Photos. So we face this problem. I don't know if this is how we're going to face it as a community, or this is something Wikimedia Foundation has to do something about it. But it's an existing problem. And I think we are going to face it in the next years more because the companies investing in AI right now, they are just taking information with no copyright, with no even referring to which sources they used. And this is a very bad thing to happen because then we are going to lose track. And one of the things I was telling my students about Wikipedia is that Wikipedia is maybe not super reliable, but it helps you track the original references and sources. Because Wikipedia has a huge list of references, and then even if you don't know how the article was written, you have 50 or 80 references to go and find what's going on. And if you have a text that is not completely referenced, then you are in trouble.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I would like to talk about something on the bright side of the use of AI, because we all want to use it to solve our problems, or at least to save some time and efforts that otherwise would have to be spent by humans. I envision that the AI concretely in the Wikimedia movement should be used to, for example, detect fake images on Wikimedia Commons, or to detect whether some images were produced using AI, or whether some texts were produced using AI. Maybe the uh, artificial intelligence could be also useful in decision making on some large projects, because we all know that it's very difficult to reach consensus, especially on the English Wikipedia or in other larger Wikipedias. So I would like to know what's your opinion on this. When the Wikimedia movement will be ready to introduce AI for such activities, such actions on the Wikimedia projects, and whether it should be done uh, locally on each language editions, or as something like a global discussion in which every single editor or Wikimedia contributor could participate.
Okay, first of all, I want to say that I like it's like Kirill said, always look at the bright side of AI. It's okay. About that, remember that a few months ago, a programmer in a big company that does all the scheduling in planes and these things used AI to improve the code, and the result that was that one day we were with no planes. Because he did a big mistake in using AI in generating content. And so I don't know if we are still mature in having AI decision systems right now, because I don't know if we have enough parameters to do this. So I don't know how it's going to evolve. But as far as I follow this thing, right now, AI fails in many aspects in being a correct decision-making machine. There are many discussions, for example, also that about the ethics, about how they affect decisions and many other things. You know that there were many tries with AI in the past to have also, it was not only ChatGPT or Gemini, there were many other companies, and they ended up in disasters in AI. Google tried in the beginning to make a machine, AI machine, based only on information found on internet, unfiltered, and at the end, the chatbot was saying that women are under men, and men are superior, and there's a white power, etc., etc. Because the information was unfiltered, and they had no moderation. And then they went to the other side, and they tried to moderate everything to be 100%, I don't know. And they made an AI program that was generating photos, and they were asking about photos from a pope, and they was putting a photo of a female pope and a black pope, and I don't know, any kind of stuff, because as I said, the big problem with AI is AI cannot fact check information by itself. It's only based on data and queries that you give and parameters you give. And if sometimes you think you have given all the correct parameters, appropriate parameters for decisions, but it's not always the case. And this may fail dramatically in many cases. I am good in my role.
Okay, my answer to your question is yes, but not yet. I mean, yes, the models that are there right now are not good in decision making and in strategic thinking, but this is exactly where innovation is heading. And if you follow the news on the AI startups or companies, what do they invest in right now? This is exactly this. For now, it's good as an enhancement. And you here I might agree with Marius. You have to be vigilant about the outcomes, but still you can retrieve something valuable from the models. But I think in 2-3 years, who knows when, but probably sooner than we think, those tools are going to be much better in that kind of things. The bigger question for me is, are we ready for that? Like, from the perspective of mentality, are we ready to use such tools, right?
Yeah, I think it's a question about community health. So we first need to understand what is the AI really, and how it can benefit or harm our communities, and then to develop the community health that we need in order to face it.
That's a very good point. And I was scrolling through, for example, the new curriculum of postgraduate courses and studies on the top Polish universities lately, because I was wondering how the AI topic got into there already. And for example, one of the courses that is getting popular is called Neural Leadership. For leaders who want to sort of introduce new technologies into their teams or organizations, but they want their people to be safe in terms of health, like mental health, like digital stress, digital balance, that kind of thing. So that's definitely an issue to remember about.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Yeah. My name is Grzegorz. I agree with Natalia. She's my boss, so I have to.
I just want to say that this is not fair. Yeah, okay.
But seriously, I got one reflection on what my colleague sitting next to me said about human. The only species that has got power to distinguish between false and good information, but humans are the only species producing false information. So I'm not sure if this was a good argument. And speaking of this, there's thousands or probably hundreds of thousands of people producing false informations and millions of people spreading false informations. So we need another millions on the other side. So the question is how in the times of AI to keep them active? Because I'm afraid that things uh, like this, there are active Wikipedians who write good articles, but they see that the content is being improved. I don't know when, but it's being improved by AI. And one day they said, well, that's too much for me. I don't have to do that. I'll leave it because it will be done faster, uh, maybe better. So how we will keep these good people active? And that's that's my worry.
You were supposed to ask a simple question. Yeah, thank you, Grzegorz. Do you want to start? Okay. Um, well, I think, and as I observe the history of civilization and the history of innovation, there's a solution for every problem. Actually, markets work like that. If there are problems appearing, there's going to be a solution. There's going to be innovation that's going to meet the needs of the people who need a certain tool. We do already have some anti-disinformation tools, and Wikimedia Poland is one of the chapters introducing them. And I think this is just going to be, like the other side of the process that they are going to develop as well, and we can use AI as well here, right?
Yeah, I want to start with that there's always a problem for every solution. Just to make the debate. I think we have been facing these problems already on Wikipedia in other forms in the previous years. When we started Wikipedia, I don't know, 20 years ago, we were like very naive and say, okay, everybody will want to contribute and say the definition of a dog and the definition of a village and start writing. At some point, then we saw that there were people vandalizing Wikipedia for their own reasons, like adding nonsense. And then we started, okay, having counter tools. Like we said, okay, we need page patrollers, we need new page patrollers, we need administrators, we need people to moderate. And then we start, okay, questioning each other and having also making rules like the three revert rule, etc., because we saw that there were being problems caused from people by people for to people. And this involved at some point they said, okay, if you want to back up information, add a reference. And this was already a quality difference from the past. I participated in many campaigns called One Lib, One Ref, for example, and we asked librarians to add quality information by adding reference, etc. And it was an era on Wikipedia again that when you were adding reference, it was even stronger than the person who didn't have any reference. And then we realized a second problem, that many references were also unreliable. We had many references from BBC News, I don't know, any kind of site, that they were adding also false information. Because disinformation and fake news were spreading all around the internet. And then we made another rule that not all references are reliable. We have to distinguish. Maybe some references are not reliable for reasons. Maybe political reasons, historical reasons, I don't know, clickbait reasons. And this was the second step for quality for me for Wikipedia. And I have seen Wikipedia since the beginning, and I think the thing we do here is always we make a big step of improvement in the quality. And in the sense of not discouraging new editors and new people because I don't know AI will start writing articles and then this was difficult already in English Wikipedia, for example. We had some point to say, okay, the article about I don't know the Battle of something in the Second World War was already too much. I don't know, too complicated for the common person anymore. I don't know. The article about Mozart, for example, it has 50 sub pages that everybody's super specialized, and even if I wanted to contribute anymore, I am unable to do it. And this was always, we always thought that, okay, Wikipedia will have some kind of declining because of this. I remember Jimmy Wales saying once, okay, we've written everything, let's delete it and let's do it again. I think we still haven't reached this point. This is unbelievable after all these years. And this discussion was like 10 years ago. And we thought we have written everything. We are still in the progress of not declining, of increasing. So I'm not sure, still playing my role, that AI will decline and I don't know discourage people from editing Wikipedia. They may use different tools, but they will still be there.
Hi. So thank you so much for covering this very current and important topic in such a fun way. So there are many thoughts about this, and I'll try to keep it short. So I think comparing AI to Wikipedia is sort of ungrateful because it's like potatoes to oranges. Because AI is doing different things to Wikipedia, and I mean, could it do some things that Wikipedia does so that we can compare them, like generating knowledge? Because ChatGPT is based on quite old data compared to what we are accustomed to, right? We're always dealing with current data, especially for new things, and I don't think ChatGPT is there yet, and it takes so much time to create the model that by the time it's done, the data is outdated already. But my main question is regarding cost, because no one's talking about the cost. Training, for example, ChatGPT was $10 billion, like with a B, and I don't think we've spent nearly tenth of that in the history of Wikipedia. So, and we've produced so much more. So, like, my thoughts are like, is there any studies related to bang for the buck, like how much have we spent compared to what we've produced as a Wikimedia movement compared to AI, and how it has contributed. It's really hard to measure, right? But it's an interesting topic to think about, right?
Natalia knows better the numbers.
I don't know. Just one remark. We keep mentioning ChatGPT because we all kind of know it, but it's not the most updated technology nowadays. I mean, Perplexity is far better. Gemini, Copilot, like every month, every 6 months, they are getting enhanced. So, there's still a lot to come, I think. In terms of costs, yes, it is true. I mean, the costs are enormous, and they are getting bigger and bigger as the systems are becoming more powerful. How does that compare to investment in Wikipedia? No idea. I never checked this data. It's probably somewhere there. Maybe people from the foundation could help, could come up with an answer, but I don't know.
But I think also it's very difficult to calculate this kind of stuff, estimate. But I want to return back to the thing we did during the debate. That it's very interesting that, for example, Google invested a lot of money for having, I don't know, any auto-generated information, small information, and still crowdsourcing backup by Wikidata and Wikipedia's, it was stronger. This is a very interesting thing. And the other thing is that I read an article recently that the companies investing in AI, they don't get the results they wanted, they expecting in terms of money and profit from it in this frame of 3 or 4 years that we are AI thrives. This is very interesting. It seems like they are improving in terms of technology, but they still don't get any money even from, I don't know, replacing minor programmers in jobs in a massively way that we were being afraid like 2 years ago. And I don't know if this is going to happen. Sometimes, everybody has dark thoughts about how it's going to go. But I, I think still, even with this low budget of Wikipedia compared to these things, we are still doing better. And the other thing is that in fact, these kind of companies are dependent on Wikipedia because all the information from the various sites and various information also in books that is they are not online sometimes. It's in an abstract way. It's presented on Wikipedia articles, and so it's the best place to grab information from. It's like the best victim. I think Wikipedia is the ideal victim for AI source because Wikipedia also contains many information coming from books and from libraries, and because many people have contributed in quality articles by referring to books and encyclopedias, I don't know, things that were not online. And because we also have this dark area of a lot of information not being online. Sometimes we get our false impression that everything is online, and still it's not, especially about history, I don't know, and many other things.
One more about costs. I would also think, and that's something I don't know, how data about the costs of training AI models is reliable these days. Because if we study the history of innovation and finance, it's a regular thing. Whenever a new technology comes up and people get excited about it, like they do now with AI, sooner or later there comes a bubble, like an internet bubble. And I don't know how close are we to that moment, but perhaps closer than we think.
Thank you, Maciej from Slovakia. Also many things to add, but I was thinking of the ecological impact that we haven't yet talked about or mentioned. Ecological impact, where these AI models are spending a lot of energy on these, very kind of abstract calculations that could be done so much easily if someone just looked at Wikipedia. Like they ask this, like what's the capital of Turkey, and then there's some big calculation somewhere in the background, whereas you could just go to Wikipedia and easily, or Wikidata, and easily get this kind of information from, right? So maybe what we should do as Wikipedians, Wikimedians, and Wiki people is maybe also try to lead by example a bit more, because oftentimes I also saw Wikipedians doing kind of the same thing, right? Or going to Google for something that could very easily be answered by going to Wikipedia, Wikidata, or other pages on our projects. And the other thing we should do, and I think this is where Asaf will go soon, is that we should be a bit more strict about getting the AI companies to reference back to us if the information comes from us. And not only AI companies, but also media, possibly, right? So many times I see pictures, but they're just, Wikimedia as reference, right? At least something, but, so this is something we should also be a bit more strict about. And maybe there should be some kind of campaign, PR campaign, it sounds a bit ugly, but something like that, to remind the world that a lot of the data that that the AI is, working with comes from us, right? Because people just don't know it, right? That, this data is already out there. Who put it out there? Well, many times it's us. And as Marius was saying, the dark data, right, that doesn't come from the internet, especially at this point, should be driven to the kind of general public, I think. I think that's all I had to say now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mate. As much as I agree with you, I'm skeptical about our negotiating power. I mean, I'm skeptical about how far can we enforce that narrative to the companies that are already doing away without even consulting us using our data. But that's just a question.
Okay, I think Matt has a point, and one of the things is I think we should also be sometimes stricter with ourselves. I remember many times Asaf talking about Lizenzgenerator. I don't know the German word, or something. Genau. Lizenzhinweisgenerator. Sometimes also we post photos. We use also in our, I don't know, presentations, on our Facebook posts, Wikipedia photos, and we don't put the correct attribution. And we have to also to train companies to give the attribution. The thing like that, there are many chat tools out there. They don't give any attribution in the information they used. I think this is a big problem that should be used, I don't know, in a state level, I don't know, in a company level, but we need some kind of regulation here. And this is really important. Someone is generating information made of something. This cannot be a black box for me. In the beginning, it was like, I don't know, like drones. We had drones at the beginning and there was no regulations. You could just buy a drone and start flying drones everywhere. And then we realized that if you have drones, you can go to houses and enter houses and take naked photos of your neighbor. And they said, okay, this should not be allowed. And we have to make some regulations. We should not allow, I think, chatbots to have black boxes in this information. If they are generating information, doesn't work like that, yeah? I tried. I think this is the big problem with attribution. I think the regulations, I don't know, probably in a state level, maybe Wikipedia has to do some lobbying, something. We should not allow no attribution at all. And we have to go after it.
Hi, I wanted to ask if you've also looked at this as a, I guess, generational issue, since at this point in time, AI is like the new big thing, but if there's a whole, most people still know what Wikipedia is, and they perhaps use it, they trust it, and stuff like that. But if there's a whole entire generation that has been growing up now that will be using AI since even before they started primary school, then perhaps some old encyclopedia might not be attractive to them at all. So I wanted to ask if you've thought about this somehow, because I think it's quite a relevant topic.
Maybe Natalia wants to say something. Okay, it will be very short because we have 5 minutes. Natalia wants to show something. This is true, and this is also very interesting. I read something yesterday that Gen Alpha is not using the word to Google anymore. They're using to search. So Google is losing also the thing that they were using to Google because they don't use Google anymore. They find more information on TikTok. They use TikTok to find information. And so things are changing. So, and this is very difficult to see what's happening in ages like elementary school and primary school.
Okay, I have a question. Yeah. So the question was about the slide, and I don't know, the machine is not cooperating.
This slide is about HDMI missing.
Aha, yes. There was a slide showing AI surpassing human quality of, I guess, knowledge production, information production. It was somewhere in the middle. Human factor. I'm curious to hear more about the metrics, I guess. What are you assessing? Where are we failing or being taken over by the machines?
So as I said, this is data from our world in data, so you can access it instantly if you go there. And as I read, there are several like competencies, skills named, and that is reading comprehension, image recognition, language understanding, handwriting recognition, speech recognition, and predictive reasoning.
Okay,
is the last one. I just wanted to show you one more graph, actually, because it perfectly sums up parts of this discussion. This is from a report from Deloitte on innovation and technology, and it just shows the rate of change within four major fields. So technology always develops in the super fast pace. Then people start to follow, they start to use the new technology. Then business comes in and begins to build business models based on that technology and sell it and invent new ways of selling that technology, looking into people's needs, sometimes fears, sometimes problems. There's always a startup for everything. And only then comes public policy like regulations. So innovation, the biggest innovation happens between here, right? And I think with AI, we are in this moment, and in regulation is only following. And the people are a little bit behind, the business is a little bit behind, but we are moving upwards that trend.
Okay.
To finish?
I think, yeah, we are on time. If there are more, okay, we have 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
Mikla.
Hello. I have a question about knowledge equities that we were talking about.
Sorry, Mikla, can you please repeat?
Oh, I can move forward if.
Because there was some noise coming.
Oh, okay. I have a question about knowledge equity that we are talking a lot about knowledge equity on Wikipedia projects about like coverage of underrepresented content. And we, like many research showed that artificial intelligence is like even worse than us, like way worse. If you ask ChatGPT who is the president of the United States, it's pretty sure he will give you a correct answer. If you ask who is the president of, let's say, Albania, not sure, it might give some Albanian sounding name, not sure it would be the right one. And like we know that Wikipedia has this problem already. Do you think with time who will beat whom and why?
Well, this is for your role, yeah.
Well, if it is for my role, then I would say it's just a matter of time until the models get it right. It's true, the models are hallucinating. And they are, I mean, those hallucinations are beautiful sometimes. You can really believe them. Like, I once noticed that a chat GPT was giving me a completely false story, but it looked so credible. And I typed, "Are you lying to me?" And it said, "Yes, I'm sorry." I do that sometimes. So it is happening. It's going to happen for I don't know how long, but still, I truly believe that they're going to get better, and that this factor is going to be addressed by the people who work in innovation. Having said that, we already do have some regulations, like AI Act, for example, and others that are coming. And that's problematic too, because the time that you need to implement a regulation sometimes is slower than the pace of development of technology. So some elements of the AI Act are already irrelevant in addressing some of the issues that you mentioned. It's just a fact, not a question.
Okay, I want to add something. Okay, I think we have maybe as community discuss the level of that we will allow AI to infiltrate. We trusted bots, for example, to create, as I said, thousands of articles about asteroids, about small villages. We used bots, and at some point, using bots was a big no-no from the community. Said, okay, we don't even trust bots to create articles about villages, maybe because they make mistakes on adding the correct population. And but at some point, we trust bots. It's the same thing here with AI. The level of that we are going to allow AI to infiltrate in our articles, it's something that the communities have to discuss. Maybe we should not allow AI to write articles about the life of Mozart in full detail, but maybe many things that many small wikis that can be proved by articles about thousands of small villages. This can be done by AI. And okay, I want to thank Natalia for this discussion today. And
Thank you, Marius.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asaf. I work for the Wikimedia Foundation. And I really liked the previous presentation. I agree with most of what was said. AI is useful, promising, developing still, etc. But I'm here to rain on this parade a little and to talk about how there is an urgent need to defend our wikis, not from AI, but from weaponized generative AI that I feel all of us, need to think about defending ourselves from, and I feel that we aren't enough, and not at the foundation and not in the communities. So I'm going to try to convince you to worry. And I always like to use local examples wherever we are. So we're in Turkey. So I will ask you to think with me about this Wikipedia article about an Ottoman philosopher named, I hope I don't mispronounce it too badly, Ekmel Çelebi. Ekmel Çelebi, 1815 to 1878, was an Ottoman Turkish philosopher, theologian, and writer. He's best known for his attempts to reconcile Islamic thought with European Enlightenment philosophy and his critiques of Ottoman political structures. That's the lead, that's the opening. And then there's, of course, a section about early life. He received traditional Islamic education, studied the Quran, etc. Then he became interested in Western philosophy, learned French. And that leads to his major works and ideas. His most influential work was Reconciliation of Faiths and Reason, İman ve Aklın Uzlaşması, I think, published in 1850. In this treatise, he argued that the core tenets of Islam were compatible with rationalism and scientific inquiry. Then he had another book, Reflections on Ottoman Governance. This looks complicated. Osmanlı yönetimi üzerine düşünceler. I'm working on my honorary Turkish citizenship. So he argued for constitutional limits on the Sultan's power. Then he had another book. I'm going to skip that. And in later life, he drew some criticism because of being perceived as a threat to Islam, etc., etc. And it ends with a bibliography that, of course, cites his own works, number 3 to 5, as well as some books by Turkish scholars and some books by Western scholars in London, etc. Pretty good, right? That's a fairly solid article. Just one problem. It is completely untrue, made up, fake. He never existed. How did I make this fake article on Ekmel Çelebi, who never existed? I used Claude AI that was mentioned. I used generative AI. And it's a little hard to see maybe for most of you, but I'll tell you what I wrote. I wrote the prompt: write a text that reads like a Wikipedia article about a 19th century Turkish philosopher named Ekmel Çelebi. I made up the name. Describing his written works and main ideas. That's it. That's all I gave. Okay? And what I got was this text. I didn't edit it. I didn't improve it in any way. Okay? What I got was the text I showed you. Claude is great. Fantastic tool. It did what I asked it to do. It took less than a minute. It was free. It cost the environment something, as was mentioned, but it was free for me. And I could create thousands of texts like it. Super impressive, plausible sounding texts for someone like me who doesn't know much about Ottoman philosophers. I could certainly believe this guy existed. It looked so good, this article, so well cited and stuff, but it was completely fake. And the issue I'm trying to get you worried about is not that someone like me might do it. I wouldn't, of course. I didn't put this on Wikipedia. But that a sufficiently determined and resourced attacker could create millions of really plausible articles like that. By the way, I was also able to improve the article. At first, it gave me the text without the bibliography section. And I felt that, I mean, in a room full of Wikipedians, some of you will instinctively go, where are the sources, right? So I told it, this is the second prompt. Could you add a fictional bibliography of ostensible sources for this article about Ekmel Çelebi? And Claude is amazing. It said, certainly, Here's a fictional, by the way, it doesn't claim it's true. Here's a fictional bibliography of ostensible sources, and it even tells me, it's super nice. It says, I've created a bibliography for the article. It includes a mix of supposed primary sources, Chelebi's own works, and secondary sources, books and articles about him. It is designed to look, this is Claude speaking to me, yes? It is designed to look realistic by including a mix of Turkish and English language sources, a range of publication dates, both books and journal articles. Claude knew to do that. Okay, I just said make a bibliography of ostensible sources, right? Claude figured out that to look good, you have to have both books and journals, both Turkish sources and English sources. Fantastic. And again, that's what I asked it to do. But that means that Claude, in the wrong hands, is a really powerful weapon. By the way, the photo I did add manually. Generated photos, as you know, still look like generated photos. So I stole the identity of this Lebanese Ottoman philosopher and poet, Ibrahim al-Yazji, and I apologize. That's this guy, not Ekmel. Not he existed according to Wikipedia. And it's a public domain photo. Anyway, so that I did add to fool you. But again, it was super easy. I can make thousands of these, and a serious attacker, like a country, for example, could make millions of these. Now, how many of you, this is the provocative question I want you to honestly ask yourselves. How many of you, if you encountered such an article on Wikipedia, would nominate it for deletion without hesitation? 2 people, 3 maybe, 4. Yeah, and why would you nominate it for deletion without hesitation? Because of no interwiki links? I didn't show you that there weren't. Let's assume it was on Wikipedia, and obviously it would have been wikified and stuff. Well, it's a bibliography. It's a bibliography. These are books. I mean, you're welcome to go and look for that book by Ekmel Çelebi. The question is, how many of you would nominate it for deletion rather than say, well, I guess that book exists. I mean, I don't have an Ottoman library next to me. Looks plausible, right? That's the issue. That is the issue. You have to either, be someone who goes, wait, what? I've never heard of this Ottoman scholar and I know them all. Or be ready to look up whether these books exist, whether these sources exist, and even further, whether they say what the article says that they say. Now, how many of you use generative AI at all for any purpose? Yeah, pretty much the majority of the room. Great. I use it too. I use it in programming. I use Copilot to help programming. It's great. It's great because the mistakes that it makes, I, as a competent programmer, can fix. And I know when it gives me something useful and when it doesn't. When it gives me something useful, it saves time. When it doesn't, I throw it away. So great. Generative AI is useful. It helps people. It helps me. I'm not a Luddite. I'm not trying to convince you this technology is evil, burn it. But I am pointing out that there is a vector of attack here that we are poorly situated to defend against. So yeah, my goal is to get you thinking about these challenges, which I claim are already at our doorstep. This is something I did yesterday, so this is something anyone could do today to your wiki, in your language, by the way. And if in your language, Claude doesn't generate very good text yet, that, as Natalia said, is just a matter of time. So in a year, in 2 years, it will generate perfect Slovenian as well. Yes, possibly. So are these threats new? My psychic powers, did you know I was psychic? My psychic powers tell me, some of you are saying, well, is this new? I mean, people have been putting hoaxes on Wikipedia forever. You should always check sources of articles. Yes, you're right. They're not new. The kind of threat has always threatened Wikipedia, but it also is new because the size, the magnitude of the threat with weaponized AI, with an AI tool that is used in this deliberate effort to cause harm, is actually creating such a scale of a problem that our existing tools, our patrollers and our admins and our Wikipedians who are fanatical about sources, are not up to the task. They can easily be overwhelmed. That's the issue here. That's why it does make it a new kind of problem. And as has been mentioned by my predecessors, yes, where there's a problem, there will be solutions. I'm agreeing with that. I'm telling us we need to think about solutions because the problem is already here. Gen AI can also automate the evasion techniques. For example, rewrites are super easy for Gen AI, right? So you can take a text that you plagiarized and ask the AI to rewrite it so that it wouldn't be detected as plagiarism. You can take a text that is plausible and change the tone of the text very easily with AI. And again, you can do this at scale. So I want to go over briefly some of the threat types that we have. We have the simplest one, actually, is the one I showed, a complete hoax, right? The generated text about Ekmel Çelebi is completely worthless. It's false. It could be put on Wikipedia and cause damage because some people would be led to believe that there was such a scholar, etc. But that's actually not the most damaging attack. That's not the most damaging use. If we imagine mass creation of such articles that are together trying to promote a particular point of view, like certain kinds of revisionism of historical narratives, etc., and each of them does it kind of subtly, but they add up, it can overwhelm our defenses, our system. And by the way, even before Gen AI, it was my opinion that it's kind of an inexplicable miracle that our wikis manage to somehow patrol enough, to somehow control quality enough, right? I mean, I know how it works. I patrol myself, and still I'm amazed that we kind of manage. We kind of keep a reasonable level of quality. And of course, like all Wikipedians, I can tell you horror stories about amazing mistakes that have lasted for years and then I fix them or someone else fixed them. Yes, that happens too. But broadly, we have been able, like the patrolling systems and the auto moderators and all of that has somehow been able to keep us afloat. I'm saying this brave new world is posing a new kind of danger. And overwhelming our patrolling is one risk, and another is just to create chaos and reputational risk for Wikipedia to discredit it. And we know there are some actors, including state actors, Russia, that are trying to create an alternative to the credibility of Wikipedia. They're actively trying to discredit Wikipedia in order to be able to push their preferred version of facts. And again, this could be much more carefully designed. I spent about 10 minutes playing with Claude to make Ekmel Çelebi, that's all. But again, a sufficiently determined attacker could really design a series of narrative shifts gradually in a bunch of articles, and some of them may get reverted, but if you do it on 1,000 articles, then 800 of them won't get reverted, and then you still have 800 articles with a revised tone, with the insertion of a particular false historical fact, etc., etc. These articles, these mass articles, could also be interlinked and mutually supporting, so that if a random Wikipedian does challenge the narrative in one article that I have manipulated, I could show up, or I could even automatically show up and say, well, but that's what it says on this article, and this article, and this article, and this article as well, which is, by the way, the kind of argument that is frequently made on wikis. Maybe shouldn't be, right? It should always go back to the sources, right? But in fact, I at least know from my wiki life that people often say, well, but that's what this article says, and that one, and that one, and that one, so this one, it's okay that this one says it too. Usually when arguing about framing or tone rather than, I don't know, the year of death of someone, that's easier to settle. But whether something could be framed in this way or not, whether this country started the aggression or that, these kinds of things can indeed be resolved, at least on some wikis, by popular opinion or by popular, I don't know, by the incidence of that fact in other articles. And so that's a vulnerability here, because we can manipulate those articles and create the illusion of credibility through these cross-references. And again, we can do this on talk pages as well. We can have all kinds of automated contributions to the conversation. Now, it is hard to have a real Turing-complete conversation on a talk page with a Wikipedian and actually get them to change their mind, like with multiple back and forths. But we don't need to do that. We can have our AI bots and fake accounts just sow enough dissent and enough noise in discussions, make outlandish claims. There are, American presidential candidates that take this strategy, and just say a whole bunch of nonsense that drowns out the sensible arguments and exhausts people. And again, this is something we know. In wikis, some arguments are resolved by exhaustion, right? And the party with more time to waste wins. That's a weakness of wikis. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. So again, these are all things that are easy to do with current technology. I'm not even talking about what would be available in 6 months or 2 years. A further level of danger is that this same generative AI can be used to manufacture fake websites outside the wiki. Again, en masse, promoting the same things that I want to later cite falsely on Wikipedia. And with a little effort, again, this is more than a bored teenager would do in an afternoon, I agree. But a sufficiently determined attacker could set up a whole ecosystem of plausible looking but somewhat obscure fake sites. Maybe they'll even hide it from search engines to make it some sort of harder to notice, and then cite those things so that at least superficial lookups, if someone just wants to know, well, is there a link that says that? And you go to that link and it, looks like a university press that you've never heard of, or it looks like a scholarly publication. And you go, well, yeah, it does say that there. So I guess Ekmel Çelebi was an Ottoman scholar. Again, this is easy to do right now, easy to do. And this can be very difficult to detect. Are you worried yet? Yes? Have I convinced you that there's something to worry about? And what happens if we fail to mitigate these threats? What if we don't do anything? As I mentioned, overwhelming our existing systems, our patrollers, our administrators, is a very, very real risk. I mean, it's been a risk before Gen AI, right? We know that burnout was an issue. And volunteer patrollers and administrators can at some point just quit, because how many times can you combat endless and literally limitless attacks by AI generated content? How many times can you just swat them down and block fake accounts and stuff before you say, screw it, this is this is endless, this is Sisyphic, I don't want to do it anymore. Another consequence is that if we allow our wiki, there was a gentleman here who said, why would we fill our wiki with crap, right? If we allow our wikis to get filled gradually with crap, we are diluting our brand, our identity. As Natalia said, Wikipedia is where people go to look to verify the information, including when they talk to generative AI, right? Generative AI says something, and then you go, well, is that the case? Let's go to Wikipedia. That's the one place we trust. Of course, we Wikipedians don't trust Wikipedia. We know how the sausage is made. And we always tell people, yes, you shouldn't trust Wikipedia. You should look it up and then follow the sources and verify, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, yes, yes. But still, people use Wikipedia for that, for doing a quick check on whether something they've encountered, a story that's been shared on Facebook, is correct or not. If we allow our wikis to be diluted, especially Wikipedia, to be diluted in this way, we are losing that one edge that was mentioned here, right? The one edge of the high quality, human curated, trustworthy source. And then really, what is the difference between Wikipedia and what these AI tools can already do? This could lead to reputational decline, to morale decline among our communities. Again, this was already mentioned. Thank you. It can lead to donations decline and kind of create a downward spiral or a vicious circle of decline for Wikipedia. So in this sense, I'm firmly on Natalia's side of the debate. But not all is lost. I also agree that we can come up with solutions. But why are we so vulnerable to this? I just want to call out. We are vulnerable to this by nature. because wikis are open and pseudonymous, right? A lot of the vulnerability, a lot of the risk comes from the fact we allow anyone to edit, right? By design, that's what we want to do. We want to be that open, but the fact that it's trivial to create unlimited numbers of accounts is itself a major, major risk vector. And again, this is not new. We know this. Stewards have been dealing with this forever. And yet, again, the automatability of this attack makes this openness a burden or a liability. And we combine this with anonymity, right? You can be pseudonymous. You don't even need an email address to have an account. This creates a problem. Our being open, like I said, is something we want to be. It has upsides. It has, it allows all kinds of participation. There are many countries and contexts in which it is absolutely essential, and there are people who would not contribute if you forced them to have like a government ID or something. For reasons of safety or because they belong to communities that disapprove of Wikipedia, things like that. But the key vulnerability is this inequality. Generation is cheap, validation is expensive. This is the core issue. Again, cheap for the attackers, cheap for the users, not cheap for the environment, not cheap for OpenAI, but that's their problem. Generation is cheap, validation is expensive. This is the core challenge. That's the thing we need to solve somehow. How to make validation less expensive, or how to make generation that gets on Wikipedia more expensive. Because our existing moderation tools are great at finding vandalism, of course, but also kind of low-quality edits. We know what a low-quality edit looks like, and even machines now know what a low-quality edit looks like. But Ekmel Çelebi was not a low-quality edit. It was a really impressive article. And if we just imagine it was also wikified, etc., it's not a low-quality edit. So we need tools that would be able to somehow identify that. And just, again, the sheer amount is the issue. If we generate a huge enough backlog of material to be patrolled and tested, even if we are able to patrol it at 99.9% accuracy, which we're not, but let's imagine, even if we are able to do that, the sheer size of the backlog does statistically increase the chances of things slipping through the cracks and increases the chance of burnout and losing volunteers, which of course will only make things worse in terms of our moderation effectiveness. So my goal, like I said, was to get you worried and get you thinking. And in the final couple of minutes, I just want to sketch out some ideas for defense strategies. None of them are really great ideas. The great ideas are yet to come, but it's something to sort of get the juices going, maybe. So some possible strategies are, well, first of all, fight fire with fire, right? They use AI, we should use AI, and we are already, right? So we need to develop sophisticated AI tools that could detect other AI uses. And again, there's a lot of research going on right now about how can AI detect AI, and conversely, how can AI evade being detected as AI. So there's a cat and mouse game being played out right now. Wikipedia should be part of it, I guess. We need to improve our patrolling so that it is AI assisted. Again, we already have that. We already have all kinds of machine assisted patrolling. We need to do that at scale and much better. And we need to have convenient and low friction ways for humans to undo AI patrolling actions. Yes, and to minimize frustration for our human moderators. And we still need to crack, I think, the optimal distribution or combination of human and machine work, which we haven't yet. We do a lot of work by machines, and we have, Huggle and Twinkle and all these things. We're not there yet, I think, in terms of really an optimal cyborg man-machine combination to combat this. And like I said, there's other solutions we need to think about. Incidentally, I'm really warmly recommending this linked article. I will be sharing my slides on the Telegram channel, so you will be able to click this link, called Designing for Evil, by Brandon Harris, used to be a senior UX designer at the foundation. And he wrote a really thoughtful article about how when you design a system, any system, you need to also think about evil, about the people who will try to break it, to cause harm, to do damage. And you know, usually you make like little personas about this person wants to get their shopping done and whatever. You should also think about the person who is a troll, the person who's trying to break the system, to dox people, whatever. Really, really good article to read on this topic. But also, so this was about like technology, right? How do we get better at technology? But I also want to at least provoke you by suggesting some policy and governance changes that we may come to need to reduce our openness. Because like I said, it is one of our major vulnerability vectors. Maybe we need reputation systems. Of course, we already have, reputation already plays a role in Wikipedia, but reputation systems, right? Not just informal reputations. Maybe we need to deny article creation to users who do not meet certain criteria, such as having had their past work scrutinized by whatever, trusted patrollers and verified to be creating good content. Maybe we should even limit the main space entirely and requiring accounts to kind of earn the right to edit main space. Again, this has tremendous costs, I'm sure you realize, right? The casual typo corrector user who doesn't have an account and doesn't have anything but clicks edit and makes a typo correction will not be able to do that. I'm not suggesting this lightly. I'm calling out that it may come to that. I don't know. And we may even need to sort of increase our reliance on real world and in-person verification or acquaintance. Again, comes with a whole world of problems. There's a concept called web of trust that has been broken a few years ago after many people were exchanging keys, PGP keys in parties and stuff, and then the algorithm was broken. I'm literally just saying we are going to probably need to do some combination of these technological steps and policy steps if and when such attacks, like I described, begin coming our way. Again, none of these are great. There is no silver bullet. We will need to experiment. We will need to evolve our defenses. And if we begin implementing some of these defenses, of course, transparency about them will be key to getting the community to adopt them. We have to really clearly discuss why we're going to have to reduce openness or why we're going to implement these tools. The final slide is that we are in the midst of the AI revolution. As you know, the rate of innovation is still unbelievably high. And in that sense, I don't think it's time to make strategy. It's going to plateau at some point. It has to, right? I don't know if it'll plateau in a month or in 6 months or in 2 years, but it's going to reach some state of the art and plateau, and that would be the moment to strategize. Until then, I think we should develop tactics. I think we should begin to incrementally improve our defenses to combat weaponized AI attacks on Wikipedia's credibility. We have no time for discussion, but I hope I got you thinking. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. We are waiting for OpenStreetMap session. Our presenter is about to come. We will start a little bit delayed.
Session will start in 5 minutes.
S.
Hello, everyone. We now start presenting CEE Youth Group lecture. And Orkut is here to start his presentation about OpenStreetMap after at 5:30.
Diğer tarafta adamlar duruyor ama başlar mıyız? Barbara yok.
Okay, so this is a little bit awkward because we were going to present after this session. So we had a Barbara who should introduce us. However, she's not here, so we'll introduce ourselves. Okay, so we are the CEE Youth Group, some members of the CEE Youth Group, only the three of us.
Everybody, session is started. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are only a part of the... Barbara is here.
Barbara, come bring the class.
So they're the important ones here at this session. It's about the CEE Youth Group, but I just wanted to give a little introduction. When CEE Hub started with its work last year, and nothing related to youth was actually planned. And then after one communication session that we call catch-up sessions, and those are sessions about interesting topics in the region, we had this topic about youth, and the idea was born basically then. It was a year and a half ago, I think. And as we managed to gather in really enthusiastic young people from the region, the idea was born. Let's do something more formal. Let's make support for this group part of our budget and actually our planning. And yeah, that's basically it. I would like to give word to Mari, Nikos, and Jane. They are very active members of the youth group. They are not the only members. Group currently has more than 45 registered members, but obviously some are more active than the others. And yeah, it's the best to give them floor so they can explain what they are doing as individual persons, but also what they did as a group. Yeah.
Okay. Let's first introduce ourselves. My name is Mari. I'm from Armenia and I represent Wikimedia Armenia. I've joined the CEE Youth Group 1.5 years ago, like from the very beginning. And I'm quite active with this group, sharing my experience, learning from each other. Yeah, that's it about me. Nikos?
Thank you, Mari. I'm Nikos Likomitros from the Greek user group. I'm a member of the CEE Youth Group almost from when it began officially working in last August 2023. I'm a pretty active member of the CEE Youth Group, and I help a lot with capacity exchange. I exchange my experience in order to help the other youth members to grow their capacity. I'm also helping with the youth group social media, and it's your turn, channel.
Hello, my name is Can. I'm a member of Wikimedia community Turkey and Turkic language. That's all. This year is my 10th year in the moment, and I am Media Contributor of the Year 2024. Yeah, thanks. Our group, CEE Youth Group, was founded in August 2023. Also, we had our first CEE meeting introduction last September in Tbilisi. Also, we introduced the group to the attendance as face-to-face and as online. Since then, we are growing steadily, doing the in-person meetings like Prague and Wikimedia Katowice, bi-monthly meeting and various partnerships. As CEE Youth Group, we have some purposes. Our purpose is provide a safe space for young CEE Wikimedians, also build capacity among the young Wikimedians, also motivating and increasing the youth components in Wikimedia movement, as well as connecting the already existing youth, because networks provide motivation for them to continue to their contributions.
So we had a meeting, as Janer said, in Tbilisi last year during the CE meeting, and that was the first in-person meeting. Some members of the group met first time in person. Though we didn't present anything as a group that time, but we shared our experience as young Wikimedians from our local communities. So after the CE meeting, we started working on the Prague meeting, which was announced during the CE meeting that young Wikimedians from the CE region will have the opportunity to participate in a only CE youth group meeting in Prague, Czech Republic. So we had this meeting on November 24th, 25th, and during this meeting, we were able to finally meet each other. Around 15 members of the CE Youth Group were able to finally see each other, discuss some things together about our current work we are doing, the future work that we want to do. We defined some working groups. For instance, people who will work towards organizing Wikimania, which we did, I believe, greatly. We had a presentation about our CE Youth Group in Wikimania Katowice. We also organized a game night. I believe it was a great success because a lot of people came and played our games. We also have a grants working group, game nights working group, communication, social media. We also discussed during the Prague meeting, we discussed our one-year plan, what we need to do to work together. We also our future goals include working together, collaborating within our local communities, but as well as cross community partnerships. Basically, that was all about our last 1 year. We also had a SEP contest of CE Spring. Youth edition. Some articles about young people were created in different language Wikipedias. So this was the whole thing, the meeting in CE meeting last year, Prague meeting, and our preparations for Wikimania were the work that we did in 1 year.
In the CE Youth Group, we are working with the time to build more capacity for our members and in even more better ways as we are consolidating. The capacity exchange program was announced in the June meeting in an attempt to ensure the capacity buildings for the members in order to allow the furthering of Wikimedia knowledge of them. The purpose of the capacity building tours were brief and small exchange tours for Wikimedians that would go as members of the CE Youth Group and representing the youth group and their affiliate. They would have their expenses covered from the local affiliate to visit a certain local event and learn from this event so that they get experience that they will be able to transfer them for the betterment of their community. To make them those capable of organizing, capable of building such events, in general, to transfer their newly gained knowledge to the community. So, the CE Youth Group, which the CE Hub, which is helping us with the CE Youth Group, offered us in collaboration with the chapters in Armenia and Czechia, the Armenian Wikicamps and Senior Wikitown for the youth members to apply and go there to witness how this happens, how it's organized, in order to be able to transfer the knowledge and the specifics and the details of the event in their affiliates in order to be able to carry them in their own countries as well. Because Wikimania and CE meeting were very close to these events, Wikimania was completely colliding in terms of date and the senior wiki town was almost 1 week before the meeting, there was no interest practically from the youth members. So we are 1 year now. We have found where are our strengths, where we have lacks, what we have, those which are our weaknesses. So our plans for 2025 are at first increase member engagement. We have to recruit new members. It's important to keep the C youth member base growing and recruit more Wikimedians in the youth group, which will allow them to become to receive the capacity exchange and thus increase their capacity as Wikimedians. Our other target is to have at least one member from each country of C and Central Asia, which is also accepted in the C youth group. Currently, we have people from 18 countries. Some countries have more people, some countries have fewer people. We have also planning to create opportunities for partnerships between our members, whether they be a central C youth partnership like a working group or an activity for the C youth members, or whether it be a more specific collaboration between certain countries, akin to the Turkey-Japan project that is happening. I give it as an example of what I want to say. We also are aspiring to collaborate with similar groups like Wikivibrance, which is a global youth network, in order to exchange our expertise and knowledge to help with organizing young people into organized Wikimedia groups in other regions to build capacity, to unite them, to provide them a safe face and everything that you heard previously, and hold both in-person and online meetings. We are actually planning a meetup in Prague in late November this year in order to make our strategy for 2025. So the C Youth Group is after 1 year and having been connected with youth from other regions in the Wikimania is drafting both autonomously and in collaboration with other groups its future, its a common path together.
Okay, so during this past year, we had two presentations, and during Wikimania now, and as we have presented a lot of things about the youth group, we would like to know some ideas from you, some opinions from you. So we prepared some questions for you, and we want you to interact with us, give your opinion, and probably we'll work on it. The ideas, the opinions you propose, we'll work on it to improve our group and to develop the C Youth group as a whole. So please be active. Doesn't matter you're a young Wikimedian or not. Just give your opinion. It is very valued for our group. So the first question is, what challenges and problems do you have in your local communities related to youth? Please be active. Come on, you don't have any. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for your fabulous presentation. I'm Eugene Normandy from Japanese community, and yeah, so I think the problem of the Wikimedian use is the continuous of the edits. So once they join the editing event or other events, they don't continue to edit or don't continue to join the Wikimedia movement. So though many of you know, it is not the specific problem of the youth, but I think the some kinds of platform or a system schema for continuous motivating system needed for youth Wikimedians. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can give a like follow up for your point of view. So you said motivation. I do believe that motivation is important, especially it doesn't matter the age, but especially for young Wikimedians, youth. For instance, like we had this capacity exchange program, which gives an opportunity to young people to go to other communities for a couple of days or a week and learn from each other. So I think this can be a motivation for them to contribute, to be active, and also see what others do in their local communities.
Yes. So in Greek community, in my personal experience, we have observed the same issue. When I had work with students, they participate, they're enthusiastic, and and when the event is ending, they don't appear again editing Wikimedia. They don't edit it again. So, as the C Youth Group, we are trying to find a way to alleviate this issue of editor retention after outreach by doing games, doing get-together events in our university, uh, by doing various game nights where we play Uno, Gartic, games that the young people are liking to play, and generally doing contests and other socializing and get-together activities. Anything to add?
The next question.
The second question.
Hello. I can bring an experience from outside of the movement. I used to work with youth in education, and we used a lot of gaming theories and scout theories of what incentivizes youth or any human really to participate as a group. And one of the factors that really worked well is when we had like a healthy competition. So we created digital clubs. It was for youth to create digital content and learn skills. And they would compete against each other. And there would be like a gaming system, and we would make a whole kind of party about who was competing and the identities of the groups. So it created this sense of like the scouts, it created a sense of identity, fun. But some of those challenges, there were weekly challenges, were really like interesting to build skills. So a lot of those challenges could be like editing challenges or different contribution challenges. And the most important thing is at the end, the incentive was to be able to participate in a gathering where people would network from different communities. So we have so many international events, like the incentive is there, but we have to create a system in place that gets everybody mobilizing and that the constant activity is around contributing to Wiki. So it's an outside experience, but I think we could bring something like this to the youth group and test it, maybe in the sea.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea because, for instance, we do this in our local community, Armenian community, for wiki camps. Like wiki camp is an incentive for young people as well as teenagers to contribute to Wikipedia because this is like a contest. If they contribute more and with higher quality, they have the ticket to Wikicamp. So it helps a lot. I believe this is a great point, and I think we can do this with our C Youth group, thinking of some challenges, contests to incentivize people. Yeah. Okay. The third question is, in your opinion, what is the reason for underrepresented youth in Wikimedia communities? Be active. Yeah.
I think a few likely reasons, I don't know that it's been researched, but a few likely reasons are that compared to my generation, let's say, people who have started Wikipedia we had far fewer distractions. We had far fewer competitions for our time um, on the internet and out of it. And so, and we also grew up reading encyclopedias, print encyclopedias. We knew what an encyclopedia was, and Wikipedia was this new thing of trying to replicate the encyclopedia online. Whereas young people today, and that's fantastic, don't need print encyclopedias and have grown up with Wikipedia as a given, as something that just exists and is there for you. Um, and don't have this in at least in mature languages editions, don't have this sense of we're building something new, we're starting from scratch. In many languages, you already come to Wikipedia, and at first glance, it looks like, well, there's pretty much everything there. I can only add about maybe this one singer, this one athlete, but broadly, articles about Turkey, about Armenia, they're already there. They're already written. It's a different feeling, and I guess it's less engaging. Um, that's my contribution.
Do we have other opinions, like younger generation? Yeah.
Hello, this is Eugene Nomadi again. The reason I think is there are a lot of jargons among Wikimedia movement, and young people are scared for it. For example, when I first joined the Wikimania 2023, I don't know the word of affiliates. So I hesitated to say my opinion because I don't know the word affiliates. What does mean? So to attract the young people, or especially the young beginners, it is quite important for explaining once again and again, especially Wikimedia jargon, such as affiliates or the movement charter or Wikimedia movement. What is a Wikipedia movement and Wikimedia movement? I don't know. So maybe young people say so. So familiar movement atmosphere for beginners will help to attract also young people, I think. Thank you.
What kind of initiatives do you think will help young Wikimedians actively engage and cooperate with each other, either locally or globally? Do you have any opinion for this?
I think in the past it was frequently attempted to get people interested in contributing to Wikipedia by appealing to what it can do for them, like personal and professional development. It'll make it easier to find a job. You will be able to put it on your CV, etc. I think that could still appeal to some people, but I actually think young people today, as far as I can judge as a non-young person, um, are a lot more motivated by values and by social issues that they feel strongly about, things, social, political, ecological agendas. And if you can show how Wikipedia can be a vehicle for pursuing your passions, including your political passions, in a neutral and fact-based way, that could actually interest people more. So teaching them how to bring their social change or activist energy in an appropriate way to Wikipedia could be a very successful strategy, in my opinion.
Hi. I definitely agree with what was just said, because I think it's quite important it can be quite important for self-growth. You maybe not realize it outright, but there's like some networking involved. There's writing, there's understanding other languages. It can help you. I think it has helped me in my academic work, because writing a thesis is just like writing an article, except it's a bit longer. So I think this sense of just self-improvement. I know it maybe sounds it's like a bit of a buzzword, but I guess it's actually quite important for me, as I've realized through the years. Even though I definitely didn't start contributing to Wikipedia with such intent, but yeah, this is what has happened to me. So I think it can happen to many other people, and it should be shared and presented, that it's also important in this way. Thank you.
I would agree with both of you. I think that promoting people to the people that have a certain passion can really help Wikimedia to grow furthermore. And also about CVs that Asaf mentioned, I have also tried when I try to appeal Wikimedia to the students or to arrange a partnership with professors, I have also used the same argument. So this constant that this can help with the CV and the skills that Wikimedia can give to the students is really a very appealing argument. So our fifth question for you is: how do you think we can engage new members from your Wikimedia community? Again, please be active and be interactive and don't hesitate to voice your opinion.
I can see that there are a lot of different community members here. So please, you have definitely you have young Wikimedians. So please suggest us how we can engage them to work with us to be a part of our C Youth group, because it will help not only them but our group to develop even further.
Yeah, sorry, this is too loud. I think like one of the thing that see, what I see when we are talking about like youth in the movement, one of the thing that I feel like in some of the communities, they're not very welcomed in terms of like the contributions, the opinions that they have. It's still being considered as like, oh, that's a young person doing something, you know? So I think this connection and the network that this group can provide, that will be like really helpful to be available to help them like address some of these challenges that they are facing in these communities. And I feel like that's the best way, just by being available and providing the support. I think that connection does help a lot. Luckily, I started editing Wikipedia when I was 15, and luckily the community that I was part of was very welcoming. And I think like we also as a movement have to be very welcoming towards the youth group and to understand like different voices, different contribution does matter. So yeah, maybe we just need to like be strategic and be available and help people with like with certain ways possible.
As I can see, no one wants to. Oh, okay.
I was just thinking that I've heard a lot of affiliates or groups that don't have a lot of youth engaged. They struggle with thinking, what are strategies that work well with youth? So maybe something that the youth group could think of is, think of the strategies that are working well. Like, what are the ways to create a welcoming environment? What type of activities are the best to do? What type of educational programs have you seen work more? And maybe support some of the leaders of the affiliates or the staff to think, oh, like, this is something you can experiment with. So we have like a bigger pool of youth that are actively engaged with the movement. I think it would be interesting as well to have data on this. That's something the youth group could work on. Like, how many editors today or volunteers who are not doing editing but contributing are within the youth range, and then see how, with this strategy we can increase that base. So starting to look at what the base is today would be interesting. And the other thing I think is having this network is really important, so that people can connect and they can come with an idea. I remember it was through Let's Connect, I think, Hannah, you collaborated with the Bangladeshi group of young Wikimedians. So I think people coming with an idea of a project and seeing how you can co-create those projects is an incentive, because people might come to the movement and have an idea but not know where to take that. So to be kind of an ideas lab and bring in your skills would be a nice way to help that community as well.
Thank you very much. So I was listening one session this today, and then there was I don't remember who, but he did a survey with the young students about they are not active users, and then they are stopping at some point. So I think the one side like us, we are trying to find editors, active young editors to enter and edit the articles, etc. But your side, so you want to motivate the young generation, and then also I think we have to put our efforts together and then find a match in our communities. For example, if we are organizing an event with people, university students, we have to ask your help to communicate with young generation much more easiest way, because you understand better than me probably, and you can communicate also better than me. I think mistake at some point that we couldn't connect with the young generation in a better way. So I think our mission should be to open more space for the young generation to contact each other. And also, for I agree that. So my daughter started to edit, and the other experienced editors are saying that you cannot do this, you cannot. We are not making opening space for them to learn and get more experience, so that we have different space for the new generation, I guess. Thank you.
And last question, how do you see the CEOs groups existence and activities in next year?
Don't hesitate to bring your suggestions.
I saw him, yeah, right.
Hello. I think the change of the organizers will be the one of the big problem of the youth Wikimedian community or student Wikimedian communities. Every person get old, so yeah. The organizer of the youth community will be changing, not in the 2025, but in the future. So the preparing for it is important, I think. This is my experience as a organizer of the student Wikipedian community in Japan. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That was a good point, an important one, I think, for our group. Thank you, everyone, for contributing to this, because your feedback, your ideas are important for us. We're doing this for a year and a half, and maybe we're doing something wrong. And always having fresh ideas is important for the group. So thank you for your contribution. Also, these were questions from our side to you. And if you have any questions to us, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much for this presentation. And I invite Orkut. for OpenStreetMap session.
Full screen şey olmadı mı? Hello everyone, and thanks for your patience. Okay, can you hear me now clearly? Can you hear me more clearly? Okay, thank you. And thank you for your patience, and thanks for the other group who present before me. So I was coming from a long, long way, Izmir, another city, because I moved to Izmir 3 months ago in order to work for earthquake hazard risk assessment projects, and we are using OpenStreetMap and Wikidata on those projects. So I'm going to talk about disasters today, not risk assessment, not the hazards. So who am I? I'm a surveying engineer and a DevOps engineer too, and I work in earthquake preparedness projects in my professional life. But also, I'm a member of different societies like free software and open data communities, also disaster relief communities as well. So today I'm going to talk about the role of OpenStreetMap and Wikidata in disaster response. So disasters are the form of 1,000 deaths or more injuries, or the loss of working power, the loss of educational time for the communities, and disasters mostly hit the global south, not the global north, not well-developed countries. They mostly hit the developing countries, or with the famous name, the global south. So there have been earthquakes happen since the beginning of human life, and there have been earthquakes happen for the last century and this century as well. And in Japan, earthquake is a hazard, and it's a kind of danger, not a disaster every time, because when an earthquake happens with the scale of 7.4, only 4 people die, and 2 of them are usually heart attack. But in Turkey, last year, we had a earthquake with the Syrian community here. I mean, we shared an earthquake disaster. The official number is 60,000 people, number of deaths. But unofficially, people afraid of the number is higher. The number was higher. So in order to fight the hazards and not let them become the disasters, we have a strong power. It is called knowledge. And the best way of having that knowledge is open data and open knowledge projects. So 2 of them are OpenStreetMap and the Wikidata here. And after the disasters, we may create or we may use the open data tools like Wikidata and OpenStreetMap here. So first of all, those communities, those open data tools are coming from strong communities. There are more than 1 billion users of OpenStreetMap all around the world, and more than 10 million users creating geospatial data on OpenStreetMap platform every day, especially for more than 450,000 of them, the OpenStreetMap community doing it in the way of humanitarian way. I mean, there's an organized community. It is called Humanitarian OpenStreetMap Team, and this community works on humanitarian OpenStreetMap data, and especially they are doing or creating the data or improving the data in disaster zones. So people create road and transportation infrastructure data, or water sources data, or create the base level or the base map for the disaster inventory management. So where can you establish a tent city, or where can you put the field hospital? You need a plan, and you need to plan it on a disaster inventory management tool. So basically, you need a geospatial data as a base layer. So this is a graphic from the last year's earthquake happened in Turkey and Syria. There are more than 9,000 people worked voluntarily and created the data of, actually it's an old graphic here, because people created or improved the data of buildings, more than 2 million buildings, and more than 100,000 kilometers of roads, I mean the street data. And as I said before, more than 9,000 people worked on that data. One of us here, Alper, he worked in the field. He worked in SAR missions, search and rescue missions, and he used those data to go to the right place to visit the right building, because we didn't have those data. I mean, the precise data before the earthquake happened, because there were a lot of unlicensed, unlawful entities as buildings in Turkey's southeastern zone, especially. So the search and rescue teams, the military force, the police force, and the members of the Ministry of Health and the other teams used those data in order to help people who had that, who have those hazards and disasters. And Wikidata. So Wikidata has a potential in managing resources. So this map at the right here is, it's a query. Okay, I need to check the exact date for that. So it is the Wikidata query service visualized via the Wikidata's query service on 2018 July 14. So this is the very well classification of different disasters, natural ones and the human-made ones here. So it will help you to put the resources in a better way of logistics after the disaster happened. So it will help you to focus on where to go, what to do. So this is our real power, one of the tools of the real power against the disasters. Also, it will help you to identify the available resources. So if you know how to write some SparkWell, it will help you after a disaster happen. So there are a lot of real world examples actually. So everyone, if someone knows about the HUT humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, the HUT project started with the 2010 Haiti earthquake. After the earthquake, people tried to help Haiti. People tried to help, and people tried to manage the disaster zone, but there were no geospatial data. I mean, the current data. So people went to Digital Globe, and then they they gave the current satellite imagery for the project, and 17,000 people all around the world came together and mapped Haiti's infrastructure in 8 days. This is the power of people, actually. I mean, it would take like $1 billion, and it would take more than 5 months but it took only 8 days with the help of 17,000 people all around the world. So after that, the last week I have checked the HUT's website. There were like 16,000 projects happened since the 2010 Haiti earthquake, and they have been focusing on 5 different topics. One of them is disasters, and the other one is the gender equality, and the other one is the migration, and the other one is the climate justice, and the other one is poverty. So if you can go to the HUT's website, you can check those projects, and then you can interfere with one problem of the planet. And the Sandy hurricane, OpenStreetMap community helped the people who want to fight with the hurricane effects. In Nepal earthquake, Wikidata again was used to track aid distribution. Also, I have some other examples here. One of them is 2019 Kerala floods, and the some other here. Sorry, I'm checking my notes. In 2013, there was a typhoon, Haiyan typhoon in Philippines. In 2014, Ebola outbreak in West Africa. Uh, in those two events, in those two outbreaks and the disasters, Wikidata helped people to monitor medical supplies, the personnel, and other critical infrastructures and the critical resources too. Also, we all lived the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, and Wikidata has been used to track vaccine distribution and hospital capacity too. So these are the examples, real-world examples of OpenStreetMap and Wikidata. But those tools need some improvements in some cases. For example, if you put the OpenStreetMap data or the Wikidata, the result of the Wikidata query on your QGIS platform, you can easily define the way you need to do. And also, you can use the other tools like Open Aerial Map, and then after the flight mission with a drone, you can upload your orthophoto to your Open Aerial Map account, and then it becomes an open data here. And also, people can use it on their own platforms like QGIS, OpenStreetMap, and also the other tools as well. So, I mean, being a member of OpenStreetMap community and Wikidata community, it's nice, but you need to improve it by being member of those communities as well. So, but what we do, I mean, how many of you are the members of OpenStreetMap community, for example? Okay, so nice. So I guess that we need more members in both communities, because without the help of the other community, the one community cannot go well. Also, like Alper is doing here, we may need to be a member of the local search and rescue missions or the other disaster preparedness missions too, and make the people in those missions aware that OpenStreetMap and the Wikidata tools are so powerful. Let's do it. Thank you for listening. Sure.
If you wish, we can take questions for 5 minutes, and I will call Yolanda.
It looks like everyone is satisfied. Thank you.
And it's your laptop?
Oh, it's not mine.
Oh. Okay. And I have a mobile here also. Maybe yours. I don't know.
Give me a minute to prepare. Okay. May I start? Everybody's ready? Okay. Hello, my name is Jolanta Drzewakowska. I work as a communication and PR manager in Wikimedia Polska. And it's my first time on Wikimedia conference, so be supportive. And today I will tell you a little bit about employer branding and if it is possible to attract professionals, talented people to our organization having no money and or limited budget. It sounds better. Okay, what is employer branding? It's an image created not for audience, but for special segment of our audience, for prospective staff members and maybe prospective volunteers. It's an image, so we have to think how we communicate about this image and what we can put in this message to these people. And okay, because we are talking about employer branding, we don't forget about branding in marketing understanding. So, because the employer branding and branding is a strategic connection, and I encourage you to go to Wikimedia brand page using this QR code and check a little bit if our branding is aligned with these guidelines. Okay. You are talented professionals, educated. What organization you will choose for your employer? This one or this one? What organization will be, you know, develop? This is the same message. Hybrid work will transform our workplaces. The same message, the same, almost the same pictures. But they are different a little bit. Yes? So we have to focus on elements of brand identity, the logo, color, and fonts. There are more of them, like tone of voice, illustrations, graphic pictures. But now we are on the beginning of our journey about the employer branding, so we focus on three of them. Elements logo, the easiest one. Yeah, everybody knows. But check it on QR code and check if your chapter logo or user group logo looks the same like this. Wikimedia use monochromatic logos because it's a big trend because I know there was a time when Wikimedia movement used three colors logo, but now we use monochromatic logo. It's better for design, for online, for illustration, graphics, and so on. And if you have, for example, free color logo still, you can ask Wikimedia professionals, trademarks, for using this kind of logo. Elements of brand identity was correlated with the image. If a photo was a straight, that is a user, so red one, and a print was of a color for this. It's this is what you can see is a screen from my Canva page. So Canva, so it's I don't I'm not a professional designer. I use only Canva. And typography and fonts or fonts. Wikimedia should use Monster and Songs two free fonts. They offer possibilities. They're free, so you can upload them to Canva. And they have regular, bold, and italic version. So it's not we have to project everything with and being understandable for all people because font matters. So why I'm talking about branding so Wikipedia Kurpitz, Polish region is like folk project, ethno project. Wikiteka, leadership program for school environment. Let's start in cooperation with Warsaw University. Offer opportunities for growth and travel. We can meet here in Istanbul with Ireland events, so I can meet here, so it's possible it's a possibility for me to visit this beautiful city. And we can communicate, we can message in our posts. There is a possibility to travel, to growth, and the message from this post should be that you can travel the world, you can meet new cultures, and still contribute knowledge sharing initiatives. You can find posts about Camila, for example, who were presenting on a German conference about presenting on a German conference information about your values. Share specific examples, how you make a difference, what project do you run. For example, this is how we develop as a team. It develops strength, information, how we work on maximizing talent and so on. And on this video, for example, Natalia explains why we do Wikipedia project. So one sentence is enough to mention about the value, but you should speak to them and remind people that what we are doing is for values, not for money. I like team members. It's our project updates. I mentioned about project updates again because it's important. Because when you are talking about your vision, about your values, it's better to connect this to existing projects. So we